Van Gogh exhibition that's gonna be in New York. That
I
show.
want to go to that so bad.
It's only
We are
like
live.
I couldn't
We
stay
are
awake
live,
through the
folks.
movie.
Awesome Talk, Quarantine Edition number 25 in March 5th, 2021. We are live and, and kicking. Welcome to the show tonight. Tonight we have a great show for you, I'm sure, because we're here and we're doing what we always do. And that should be, that's good enough for me, Sarah. That's good enough for me. Dude, I saw a interview today with Kid from Kid and Play, and I just wanted to know if you guys were fans of Kid and Play.
Yep. Definitely.
What do you mean? Because that's when Stones is taking over. Because
What?
Stones doesn't have a camera tonight.
I know, but that's all I see on the feed the whole time.
Yeah, because Stones happened to be the guy who made the most noise at that moment, and it just held for that moment, and nobody talked until now.
All right, but I'm still watching it happen.
You're muted too, Sarah.
Well, it doesn't matter. I was just talking a bunch of garbage.
So, what the hell's wrong with this?
Yeah. So, let's see here. Hold on a second, everybody. People out there. What's up, Mike Pepe? What's up, Pat? Let's see here. All right. Oh, man. There is so much to fucking talk about, dude. So much going on in the world. Anyone want to start with anything this evening?
Like anything not related to COVID.
Dude, I am so motherfucking sick of COVID. I'm sick of talking about it. I'm sick of arguing about it. I'm just tired of it.
Shout out to Kristen who can't be here.
Yeah, Kristen's not here tonight. So, hopefully she jumps in late. That's what we hope for. And she'll let us know what's going on. But what's up, Mike Pepe? How's it going, dude? So I know what I want to talk about. I know how I want to
How
open.
about, did anybody, oh wait, maybe it's too early to talk about Coming to America 2 since it's only been out for like 20 hours. It's too early, right?
Did you guys see Coming to America 2 yet?
It's out already?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
released it a day early. They released it last night
On what?
on Prime.
What's it on?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to talk about that yet because that just came out in the last 24 hours. And I feel like it's after a certain respectable amount of time, you don't have to worry about spoilers with people, but I think in the first 24 hours you have to worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for it. It has all like the original cast and shit. That's pretty cool.
I don't want to comment then. I don't want to comment. But
Why?
now I desperately want you to see it so that the next show we can talk about it. And anybody who watches this show tonight, go watch Coming to America 2 and then watch the next show.
Well, I'm not gonna get Amazon Prime just for that, so.
Just find it. Find it, that's all.
I'll do something.
So So Lady Gaga's dogs got kidnapped. Did you guys read this story?
Yeah, didn't they get returned too?
They did get returned, yes. And I had posted something on Awesome Talk's Facebook page where I had said that was really fucked up, that had happened. And there were a couple of things that happened in that whole entire news story that really kind of fucked with me. First of all, it was like I saw somebody leave a comment where it was like, Lady Gaga offers a reward of X amount of dollars for the safe return of her dogs. And the first comment that I read was from a guy. It was like, for her dogs, for God's sake, somebody was shot. Why doesn't she care about the person who was shot? And I thought to myself, how do you know she doesn't care about the person who was shot? Like, I imagine police are working on that. I imagine that's something that's being dealt with. But I don't think that Lady Gaga can go on social media and be like, $150,000 if you find the shooter, because isn't that a bounty?
Yeah.
At that point,
it's kind of illegal.
Yeah, right, exactly. So you can't like really do that. And then there was like the people on the Awesome Talk page who had the audacity to say shit like, well, you know what? Why don't you get a social worker to go deal with it? Doesn't she want to defund the police? And I was like, yeah, that's not what that means, but thanks for your comment. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
What, does the dog have a mental illness?
Like, yeah, like what? Like, no. Here's what you don't understand. In this particular moment, we want the police because somebody's been shot and kidnapped. This is what they're here for. Now, if Lady Gaga was dealing with her 25-year-old autistic sibling, no, probably we wouldn't call the police. We wouldn't want the police to come, since they are dealt to deal with, they're trained to deal with violent crimes with violence.
They just killed a kid like the other day. They stood on the back of his neck until he died.
Again, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was a mental health case, and they just went there and murdered him, basically.
Yeah,
and tried to cover it up.
Yep. Again.
Yeah, again. Like it's ever gonna stop.
It keeps happening. Man.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up, Mom? What's up? How do we feel about Tiger Woods not remembering driving before he wrecked his car? That's what Mike Pepe just asked. How do we feel?
That's what the lawyer told him to say.
What do you think's really going on there? Because I don't know a whole lot. Like, you guys started talking about it, and I started cracking jokes because I didn't know what the fuck was really going on.
Yo, so the whole thing was kind of shady. I don't want to read into anything, dude. The accident happened at like 7-8 o'clock in the fucking morning, and when it first took place, people started reporting on it, and then they went and investigated it with the hotel staff and the people that were in the general area, and they said that he left agitated, he got in the car, and from that point on, it was an accident. You know what I mean? It was an accident. So the police revealed or disclosed that he had no traces of alcohol. There was nothing to suspect. So that's where we left off when he was in the hospital for the second day. Like, he there was no foul play. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't fucked up. He wasn't doing drugs. But somebody reported that he left the hotel in like a speedy fashion. But now that he doesn't remember shit, it's kind of like, well, what the fuck does that mean?
Perhaps it was a fugue state. Like in Breaking Bad, he went into a fugue state. Doesn't remember what the fuck happened.
Gotcha.
I mean, he's probably on pain medication, opioids, right?
Why?
He had some injury, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, he had some golf injury or whatever, and he hasn't been playing as good as he used to.
Was it a really, really severe golf injury?
I don't know. I thought it was something with his like back or some shit. So maybe. I really don't know. But maybe. Pills are fucked up. They taking Xanax or anything like that, you don't remember shit half the
Oh
time.
yeah, no doubt. I was just laughing at the fact that she brought it up that it was a really, really bad golf injury.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
You could hear the sarcasm.
Car accident.
You could hear the sarcasm in Sarah's voice where she was like, aside from what he's already injured, did it hurt to twist your knee?
Were you hit by a golf cart?
Oh, maybe it was from the previous car crash. I don't know.
Oh, he's got a history of this, huh?
Was-
Pat just said,
one time where like his wife chased him with golf club down the driveway or something, and he like
Jesus.
crashed into the wall.
My mom said he tried to commit suicide once in a car.
oh.
Is that true?
If that's true, that changes the whole nature of the whole conversation, dude. Because that means this could be just a failed suicide attempt.
Yeah, but why drive a safe car if you're going to kill yourself?
Stones, he's got money. All he owns are safe
Yeah,
cars.
not everybody has access to shitty cars, Stones. Talk about some classist shit.
He's trying to kill himself in a Volvo.
It's got airbags even in the windows.
Airbags all around the car. 16 airbags or some shit.
Why would you try to kill yourself in a safe car?
Pat in the chat just said he tried to commit suicide before in a car.
So
Am I still
that's
vigilance?
what makes this interesting to me. If he
The
doesn't,
whole thing is now interesting, right? Like it's kind of strange.
what is with this guy? What is with some people? Like, not only is he like, you know, like a world
I mean,
class.
when you start with that, it sounds awfully fucking judgmental.
Well,
What is with these? Who the fuck do these people think they are trying to crash their cars?
All right,
Well,
so
just-
look. Here you go.
Where are you going with this? Hold on. What's with this guy who's super fucking depressed about his life?
Yeah.
He
Relax.
makes millions of dollars and bangs whoever he wants and does
Well,
whatever he wants. And
There's some people who seem to just constantly be in a famous level of spotlight for all kinds of weird shit. And Tiger Woods is like, he's like a famous athlete, but he's got a real shady past with women. Now there's like a mystery car crash.
what's
and he tried to-
crazy about it is like, is this not just a normal person's life who has unfortunate events? Like, but because he's famous, it's like, oh my god, he does that shit. That's like 70% of fucking America.
But think about some people, think about like George Zimmerman. Like, that fucking asshole keeps showing up in the news over and like every couple of years.
Doesn't his face suck?
It sucks.
Dude, if you were gonna put three people in the same category, isn't it George Zimmerman and who's the fucking dude that was on the special counsel for the investigation? Oh shit! What the hell is his name? Give me a second. Oh, he was under the employment of the Trump administration to do the fucking investigations.
There are so many people punchable under that administration. It's hard to
he
narrow it
looks
down.
just like Jordan Zimmerman.
George
he
Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
It's fuck. It just slipped my mind. God damn it. They look identical, and for like 3 years I'm like, how ironic is it that these two guys look identical?
Yeah.
And neither one of them get charged with all of the bullshit.
Right.
They talk. Like
Right.
there's no one more full of shit than George Zimmerman.
Right.
Like there's no one more full of shit.
But this jerk off continuously appears in front of us in the news and in
Yeah.
the media, like
Yeah.
all the time. Like, why?
And every time it's for shooting at somebody that's innocent walking through a fucking park.
Yeah, or some other weird fucking crazy shit. He's trying to auction off.
Defending another person for shooting at somebody in a fucking park.
Right.
somewhere.
Right.
And people are like, yeah, that's that guy's back.
Yeah.
Like, root for him.
So the last time Tiger Woods got arrested for the drunk driving thing, he had Vicodin, hydromorphone,
Oof.
Xanax, and Ambien in his system.
Holy
Oof.
shit.
Jesus.
So
Dude, that's a cocktail I would not take on my own couch.
You won't remember shit after all that.
I wouldn't sit on my couch on that shit.
Dude, when you said like Valium and Ambien together.
He signs
Vicodin,
skills bags at NRA conventions.
which is like what dialuid or whatever it's called.
Dilaudid?
Dilaudid. Dilaudid in what?
Dude, Dilaudid is what you
Dilaudid
take.
is a
You,
right hook.
you take Dilaudid when you want to get your fucking head amputated.
Bro, they
Yeah.
gave me Dilaudid when I had kidney stones.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what he had in the system last time.
That's
So he
like
probably-
on a comet. You're not even like you're not on the Earth. You're like, come on, Dilaudid. You're in La La Land.
I'm on
He was
Dilaudid.
he was driving next to a fucking unicorn on a fucking rainbow.
Yeah, that's what,
Probably.
that's what Tesla should name their
Dilaudid-
next rocket, Dilaudin.
Dilaudid does nothing for me. I was on it with the kidney stones myself, and it did jack fuck all.
No, it's funny you should say that. My stepdad went on it for a while, and it actually did nothing but calm him down. It didn't
Yeah.
phase his ass. Like he
Yeah.
took that shit when they gave him like a take home prescription, and he took it. He's like, I don't feel shit. I'm like,
Right.
dude, Dilaudid put me out. Like my ass was fucking
morphine.
out.
Morphine, on the other hand, holy
Yeah,
fuck.
no, morphine doesn't do it for me. That's weird.
Right.
Morphine doesn't do it for me, dude.
Yeah.
Morphine, huh? What is it, man? How the hell? Like, why?
I don't
Why-
know. Some people like cocaine. Some people like heroin, I guess.
Yeah,
You
I guess so. Stones.
I guess.
You know that old saying?
People do like uppers or downers.
That old adage.
But I mean, you could take piles of Adderall and still not like cocaine. You could take piles of cocaine and not like Adderall.
Right.
And they're both stimulants.
Right.
I'm addicted to coffee. I love coffee. I love stimulants. They do nothing for me. They put me to sleep.
My problem with coffee is that it's too it's unpredictable for me. Like if I have strong coffee in the morning, I could get fucking like high as shit and do everything. So, and then there's other times I drink it and I become like a completely ineffectual human wreck.
I agree. I love coffee, and I could make the same coffee every day. And I have 2 cups in the morning, pretty much religiously. I've lived off 2 cups of coffee, and there's days where it hits me, and I could build a goddamn house. And then there's days where I'm ready for a nap for like 3 more hours.
And
Like,
the worst part is,
Instantly, I drink it, and I'm like, whoa, I'm tired.
would you
If
say,
you,
Pat?
don't, if you don't make it too strong, you could just drink it all day long and it doesn't bother you.
You're like measuring the caffeine like by the milligram. You're like, if you do this much,
I measure it too. I take the bag, and I'm like, and
No,
then
I have it down to the science. I drink that shit literally all day long.
fucking Mr. Robot science.
Not gonna lie, I just love coffee. I love the taste of coffee.
I do too, man. That's why I can drink decaf.
stouts, and I drink stouts though because I love coffee. Like the alcohol of a beer and all that shit is great, but it's coffee. At
You
the
know,
end of the day,
I didn't become a fan of Guinness until I actually went to Ireland. You know that? I went to Ireland when I was like 23 or something like that. And I was there for 2 weeks, and
but that's a proper. That's a proper Guinness
yeah, man, like drinking a Guinness that was made like 2 miles away.
in a real pint glass.
Yeah,
not
like
not what we have here. Like
I sat down and all
like
the
a
people,
keg of beer.
yeah, all the people I was with, you know, we're all jet lagged and shit when we get there, and like we sit down in a bar, and I'm like, I don't know, man, I don't know that I'm really a fan of Guinness. And everybody just ordered Guinness, and I was like, fuck it, I'm in Ireland, I'll drink one. And then it's like literally all we did for 2 weeks.
I had an Irish guy tell me that they don't even fucking drink Guinness over there.
That's
He's like,
bullshit.
"Fuck it, that's
They
tourist
drink
shit."
Guinness everywhere, dude. They
So
love
that's
stout.
tourist shit.
Here's let me tell you something. In Ireland is the #2 country in the world that consumes Guinness. And the #1 country in the world that consumes Guinness is Nigeria. Because
Think about that.
You
because
Think about that.
tourism, though? Or you
We
think they actually-
we don't outnumber them in Guinness.
yeah. They don't have Killian's over there. Killian's like fucking markets itself like it's an Irish red from Ireland. It's not.
Don't, dude. I love Killian's.
Isn't it weird though that they say don't mix uppers and downers, and we have coffee flavored like coffee beer? Like nobody finds that odd.
100% right.
Like a depressant with caffeine in it.
Listen,
Yeah, like
guys,
it's the worst thing for your heart.
look,
And they're
Stones,
like, oh, but have this beer.
I'm an
that has
American.
both.
I want to get high and low at the same time.
Bro, I love. Yeah. I want to level myself out and not feel reality.
I want to. I don't want to be level. I want to be literally yanked in both directions constantly.
Yeah, I want to not know what the middle ground is, because the middle ground's where all you fucking people are.
Right,
and
right.
That's,
right. And I gotta just cope.
And I've been there all day. And bitch, let me tell you something right now. I need to go here. I need to go here. You know what I mean? That's,
just to cope.
Just pull me like Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah.
And in the middle of it, I'll be like, oh, that's what you're upset about? Sorry.
So, can I ask you guys something? So I don't think anything's going to come of this at all. And people aren't aren't arguing with me about it on social media, really. They are just hopeful that I'm wrong. But New York got a hold of Donald Trump's taxes. And I have been of the opinion for a long time now that literally nothing is ever going to happen to Donald Trump.
Not a goddamn thing.
He will never go to jail. He will never go to prison. He will never be indicted on anything.
I'll be honest with you. You know why? I think they're afraid that his supporters that are those cutthroat supporting groups will fucking bug out if something happens to them. Like, and the scary part is, think about this. This is essentially what happened in the Reich. Like, that's what kickstarted the Reich. I'm not making comparisons to Hitler because it's not what I'm trying to go with, but I'm saying these are the circumstances in which this kind of shit happened. And if you send him to jail for legitimate reasons, there are legitimate reasons, and it has nothing to do with the politics of being a supporter or a non-supporter. If that happens societally, the people that support him will lose their fucking minds, and all it will do is garner him more support.
Yeah.
You know, imprisonment for somebody who has a cause, we would think that sounds pretty fucking crazy, but in the mind of people who are fanatics, which there's no way to sugarcoat it, people who buy flags and hang them all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
You're a fanatic.
Right.
You're a fanatic. That's it. That's, you know, if there was a Trumpicon, think about how many people would show up to that shit. Like, that's what they're treating this like. And if you were to incarcerate him, if 15,000 people show up for like free Lil Wayne, think who's going to show up for free Donald Trump?
Dude, he'll turn it into a business.
People raided our capital.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Yeah, it's insane.
I've hit a level where I just don't have, like, there's no filter to it anymore. It's like, that's fucking apeshit crazy.
Yeah.
And your conspiracy theories behind it, or whatever you think happened, you're a domestic terrorist. That shit is fucking nuts. And there's no politics involved.
Sure.
You're insane. So for him to go to jail, if those people were willing to do that while he's standing on the podium as the active president, think about what happens while that man's incarcerated.
Sure.
The people thinking about that trial know that. They fucking know that because they went to school and learned things and realize the real world. You can't take a guy like that who's fundamentally a dictator and lock him up while in a democratic seat talks to people who have the power to free speech. There's an algorithm to that. You just can't do that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know,
we're
man.
We're at another level of politics, dude. This is scary shit.
Is this new? Like what we're going through now? Is this
it's
new?
Not. It's not new.
Are there new elements to it? I mean, don't you think that the
new factor, Rick, is social media, and exactly what we had the other day. We spoke with David Ignatius from the Washington Post, man, and he made a point that also a columnist from the New York Times had made mention of, is that in a world of fake news, everybody's questioning everything.
Yeah.
Which is okay. to
Yeah,
a
but
certain
wait,
extent.
hold on. Didn't Russia in 2013 start this whole? Instead of having political parties, they just had this where nothing made sense. You know, like where it was just this morphing blob of shit, and the confusion tactic worked because it kept the people that were in power and kept everybody else oppressed. Like, wasn't that Russia's like a page out of their playbook? You know, not that distance not that far in the past. Isn't that the same thing that we're experiencing now in a way?
In the idea of getting you to support you. I mean, there's suppression in Russia in
Right.
a fear,
What I'm
in a
saying
fear
is
factor
that
way.
is that you have these political parties that take multiple stances, and
Well,
so
no,
you
well,
can never, you can
in
never fully
in
take
our
a side.
democracy, our political parties pander. They pander to get votes to be able to
Yeah, but
acquire.
you have Trump, you know, screaming Occupy statements, Occupy Wall Street
I'll
statements,
be right back,
and
guys.
at the
Keep
same
going.
time pandering to supremacists. You know what I mean? Like it becomes this this confusion tactic, this blob of shit where you know anybody's just saying anything, and whether it's contradictory or not, and so there is no definition anymore.
Well,
you know,
yeah, we're at a point, Stones. We're at a point where
yeah, but I'm saying, didn't Russia do that already? Or
Yeah.
are we just experiencing what Russia did to keep their political system going?
yeah,
You know?
if you separate people enough and you confuse them with enough fucking lopsided cultism is what I describe it as. I think it's cultism. I think it's if as long as you separate the people and you keep them as confused as possible, yeah, one person can rise to power, and he almost got it, and he's on the border of doing it. It's not unfathomable that there could be something that he causes. I mean, and I'm not talking from a CNN or a Fox News or whatever the fuck you think basis. Like, there's a severe threat to what a person can do when they have power. You are looking closest at the person who could be an authoritarian threat because of the people that follow what they believe is someone who's fighting a charge for something, man. And is it the first time? No. Is it extreme? I really don't think it is, but it could be very quickly. And that's concerning. That's very fucking concerning. That I had people texting me about, did you guys watch that speech he gave? Did you watch any of that? Anybody here watch?
Yeah, it was fucking terrifying.
Did he not? I didn't watch it. So did he start off with "Did you miss me?" and like that whole crazy like self-aggrandizing manipulative speech?
He didn't start off
Down the head, yeah.
specifically saying that. I thought he was going to spend most of the time criticizing Republicans.
Sure.
He spent way more time actually criticizing the Democrats, but then he made sure to list by name which Republicans he wasn't happy with. And he just sat there listing one after another after another. It was really dystopian if you're watching it from an outside standpoint, because he's basically giving his followers a list of people that have to pay for not being loyal to him.
And that's what I mean.
Televised.
Yeah, that's what I mean is that, you know, people, this is what I mean by both parties at the end of the day. Like, one group thinks they lost their candidate who is still very active, and there are very deep concerning circumstances to as how he presents himself, carries out his politics. And there's another group that thinks, well, the other side won, and that's the end of him. And when you look at the circumstances involved, you could be happy that your side won, but to think, well, it's over with, that's a very, very scary misnomer, man. It doesn't work that way. Like, you have at least 3, maybe 5 years left of Donald Trump if he doesn't come back and run for another presidency.
Well, that
And
was what he implied, was basically
he's coming back. He'll
Yeah.
come back. And his followers, God bless him, if he survives 4 years. I mean, these guys are getting old. They're fucking old.
Yeah, he's old
You
as
know,
shit,
so-
dude.
They're both old.
Wouldn't
I mean,
him splitting the Republican Party in two, though, make it easier for Democrats to just keep winning?
yeah, well, at this
all the
point, yeah,
Democrats have to do is
historically,
pass their fucking voters' rights bill, and you don't have to worry about Republicans ever
But-
fucking really winning anything important.
really, I mean, you're both right in my eyes. Is that Sarah? I mean, what your point is that at this point is that they have so much power in the Democratic Party. If they don't blow it, if they don't fucking blow it, I mean,
well,
the last
they're blowing it every chance they get at the
last
moment.
election with the with I think their failure with Bernie Sanders, 2 elections in a row, really to a certain generation showed them that they're fucked up people. Like, there is the House of Cards mentality, the nepotism and the favoritism, and it's whoever fits their agenda kind of thing. And in this case, they played the card right. They got the guy who is more a Republican than he actually is a Democrat to run Democrat. And they'll blow it in the playoffs. Yeah, totally, Pepe. They will. They'll blow it in the playoffs. But
I mean, it's pretty obvious that the moderate Democrats are preventing any progress from happening right now.
Well, because
They're
their
not even
progress,
fucking
Pat, is the other
Democrats.
side of the coin, no? Like,
It's
Don't you-
it's the side of the coin that won. As I saw someone in the comments made the perfect fucking comment about what going on with the Democrats right now. They said, way to steal defeat from the jaws of victory. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what the fuck they're doing. They're like, it's almost like they're purposely losing so that way the Republicans can win offices again and they don't have to be blamed because they're not the ones in charge anymore.
are you saying that they're hoping that Democrats win so they don't have to
No,
take
they're
the
hoping
plague
Democrats are hoping that they fucking lose. They're doing everything they can to make sure they don't get reelected. Like none of what they're doing makes any logical fucking sense. They have this bill. The bill is approved by the fucking budget.
Oh, you're talking about the relief bill.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, okay.
They're limiting shit that within amongst themselves, not even because a Republican told them to. It's like, why are you doing this? You could have passed it this way. Now you're actually giving money to less people than Donald Trump did, and you think people are going to reelect you? That's fucking insane. Just from a fucking strategic standpoint, you're going to give money to less people than Donald Trump did and think that that's going to make you look like fucking heroes?
Yeah, I agree. It's fucked up. I mean, Democrats seem to just want to stop their own party at every step.
As usual.
What are
The rest
what
of
are the
time
current
it's blame
parameters?
Republicans, and then when they actually have power, then what? Like let's see what you got. And now it's just, oh, I don't want to stop this. I don't want to do that. Oh, fracking is good. Oh, what the fuck? Like, they're not concerned about any of the shit that they talk about.
What are the current parameters right now for the stimulus?
So the House version obviously, originally had the $15 an hour increase in the minimum wage, and then there was also the cutoff point for getting a stimulus check was, I think, after the first time they squabbled about it, it was going to remain at $100,000. So it tapers at some point. So because of 2 Democrats requesting it, Biden agreed to lower it to 80,000, and that's the sharp cutoff. So it's actually 75,000, but at 80,000, it cuts off completely. It's not tapered down after that point, which means something like 16 million people will not receive a check that received it under Trump. And also, I'd like to point out that even doing their magical little fucking head game math where they promise if you vote for us in Georgia, you'll get a $2,000 check a couple weeks later. And then they revise that instead to be like, no, we're going to give you $1,400 because if you add that to 600, that makes 2,000. And that's what we were saying this entire time. You just don't remember it that way. Even that fucking promise is gone too, because now you can't add fucking $1,400 that doesn't exist to your previous 600. So where's that $2,000 for those fucking 16 million people you just fucking kicked off? So once again, another fucking promise is broken. The Democrats are the most self-defeating fucking assholes. But the truth is, they only seem self-defeating if we allow ourselves to believe they want to do anything for us. They're not defeating their actual selves, because the one fucking scumbag who is against the minimum wage being increased in the Democratic Party gets paid by a ton of corporations that don't want to pay fucking $15 to their employees. Like, they get what the fuck they're there for, and it's not for fucking us. And there's just a handful of progressives that are pissed off about it, and sometimes they get their way, but most of the times they fucking don't. So unless Biden decides to put his foot down and look like a candidate who's going to actually make some change that Trump supporters feel, like not like people on the East Coast who get like, oh, you know, there's a human rights bill. Like people on the East Coast are excited about that. But like a fucking town in the middle of Alabama where they've never seen a black person in their life, they're not excited and think like the president did something great. They want fucking money so they can pay their bills to change some minds. Otherwise, you're going to get this QAnon psycho shit for fucking ever.
I just
they
want
don't think Trump saved them somehow.
I just want to say that Mike Pepe said they need to stop being bipartisan and push all this through. And I agree with you fucking completely, man. I'm sick and tired of this. Well, there's two sides bullshit. And I've said this in the show a million times, but no, sometimes there aren't two sides. Sometimes there's right and wrong doesn't get to call itself a side and repackage itself as a fucking legitimate side just because there happens to be a lot of them. Like that's not what you get to do. So
yeah, but there's so many issues that's not even the case. There's so many issues where the population is completely on the same page and nothing happens because of fucking bullshit
no doubt.
Companies.
No
you know
doubt,
what I mean?
man.
Just,
dude,
something like
83% of the country that's Republican, Democrat, Independent, and like non-voting combined believe that marijuana should be a federally legalized drug. Does anything happen? It's going to take another 5 to 10 fucking years before that fucking happens, I think. And like, but you know, and I mean, that's just an example of what you're saying. I agree with you. Shit just doesn't happen. It just doesn't change. It takes for fucking ever. I mean, I will say that I'm pleasantly surprised by some things in the Biden administration.
But at what point do we realize that our government doesn't represent us at all? Like, and then what do we do about it?
I also think that, well, dude, to speak to that point, I think they're scrambling with that right now. Because I think the Democrats, I think the government as a whole has begun to realize that between the way progressives act and the way hardcore Trump supporters act, that the people have begun to really violently realize that we're not being represented. It's embarrassing that it took this long to get there, but I think that we are. I think the mob is beginning to realize that. So I see them making moves to try to look more like they're for the people. So if there's anything positive that comes out of all of this, I hope they start to realize that, like, they do in history, don't they chop off the fucking king's head when he fucks the people over for too long? Like, sooner or later, enough of the population's going to realize, no matter what side they're on, realize they're getting fucked, that these changes are going to have to be made. And I do see people getting into government, I think, who do give a shit. Because like what Sarah was talking about with the way they're fucking over 16 million people, potentially, that hasn't gone through yet, but potentially. Who do I see? I see the same people I see all the time. I see Bernie Sanders and AOC sitting at the front of the fucking line on camera going, "You're getting fucked over. You're getting fucked over." And I'm hoping that enough of those people get into government.
My problem with AOC lately is that she tweets about herself and what's going on in her personal life a lot more.
She's right to do that. She's right to do that, and I'll tell you why. Anybody getting successful, newly successful in business right now, will fucking tell you that if you want to really, really take off, you have to be as personable as possible.
Not only that, but I'll be honest with you, being a politician that looks like a normal fucking human being, instead of just assuming that they go home and pull their lizard skin off, like, is actually pretty nice to younger people that look at things like TikTok all fucking day.
Yeah.
I see Ilhan Omar doing the same thing lately. I was talking to her the other day about her Instagram account. I'm like, dude, this fucking, she's just like a cool chick. Like, she just has like a cool account. I've never seen anybody do anything like that before. I've never seen a politician do anything like that before. And I'd like to think that them talking about that kind of thing is a hell of a lot better than me learning about it from the press, because then it seems.
No, but I don't mean that they shouldn't be talking about their personal lives. I'm just saying if you're going to have a following and you're going to get a message out there, maybe the amount of messages that you should be getting out should favor the issues and not your personal existence.
I don't know. I would need an example of what you mean, I guess.
She right after the Capitol riot, she texted about herself way more than the $15 minimum wage.
Sure.
Way more,
well, you do know that she was terrified she was going to be murdered.
No,
but
that wasn't. That. But it wasn't. The texts weren't necessarily. The tweets weren't with regards to her exact situation. That's what I mean. She talks about herself, like just what's going on around her, like in her own personal world. The amount of tweets that she puts out there in her own personal life, like it's like you're following an entity rather than that entity representing you. That's my problem with her lately is that she's way more. It's like.
Listen, man,
it's like you're listening to a mirror.
The only thing I could argue about that is, at the very least, at least when I listen to some of these people, I feel like, I can at least relate to them in real life. Not relate to them the way they used to say they used to relate to George Bush Jr. Oh, that's a guy I feel like I could have a beer with. Yeah, really? Really? You think you'd have a beer with George Bush fucking 2? I don't think so. So, I don't know, man. I think she's doing the right thing. Usually when I see any posts from her on social media at all, they usually have to do with policy for me. So I don't know. I don't. I guess I don't. I follow her closely, but the shit just doesn't. I don't know. I guess I don't notice it. I don't know why. But I do know that whenever some kind of shit happens, like what's happening now, she's one of the first people that steps to the front of the line and goes, "Hi, you're getting fucked for real." And I know she gets attacked more than most people. I feel like that's on purpose. Hold on a minute here. I think Kristen's coming on in any minute. So, guys, Kristen contacted me, and she said that she's okay, and she's going to explain her situation if she wants to when she gets here. But she's all right. And she's coming into the show soon. But yeah, I also think Sarah's right. I'm tired of the bipartisan bullshit. Too much of my life, I've seen Democrats take pride in reaching across the aisle. We're here to work together. We're here to work together. Well, the last 4 years should have taught you that they're not here to work together. They don't give a fuck about working together. And guys like Ted Cruz ought to be in fucking prison, dude.
Well, that's why they got so much shit done, though. Even though maybe it was the wrong shit.
100% right, Pat. I agree with you totally.
Done.
Totally. Totally.
Can't argue that, really.
No, I was thinking about that exact same thing today, actually. And I was thinking about how Donald Trump didn't give a fuck what anyone thought. And as a result, he just pushed through every fucking thing he wanted. I mean, even if we don't like the guy did what his fucking voters voted him in to do, or he tried to. Some of it. You know, I mean, they also got fucked in a million one ways that they don't want to recognize, and that's the frustrating part. But
I mean, even if you don't like him, you got to admit he did do some good things.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't.
Yeah, but every president does. Every president has to trip over the some good things.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Exactly. Like you do enough shit just randomly, you're gonna do some good.
Yeah.
By accident.
you're gonna yeah, right. You accidentally fuck up and do good things.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I mean, he still did an awful job, but
Yeah, of course. He was fucking terrible, dude. Terrible. And look, man, not everything Biden. But that's the other thing, man. Like, this is what I learned. The thing I learned the most in 4 years of Trump is that I have to really take a step back and listen to what I'm being told and then figure out how much of it is truth or not. And that's what I'm doing right. I'm trying to do that now. I'm trying to be more thoughtful and a little bit slower before I jump to conclusions when it comes to politics, because it is so fucking dirty. And
Good luck, man. And can I tell you why good luck? Because
Please.
I'm starting to believe that we are living in two completely separate realities, and that
Yes.
I wonder now how much of my reality is
real.
incorrect based on that.
Well,
I
Stones,
believe
I'll
that.
tell you this much. I don't know how much of your reality is incorrect, but I can tell you a lot of it is wrong. You got a lot of wrong reality, Stones. That was supposed to be a joke. That was supposed to be a joke. Nobody laughed, dude.
I'm laughing internally.
Yeah, I'm laughing for Pat.
Fuck.
Fuck you, Stones.
But yeah, no, I agree.
I have residual laughter. Sorry.
I was like, fuck, man, I made that joke and nobody got it? Damn. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's Biden's whole problem right now, though, is just he's too afraid to do anything. I think the Democrats have like PTSD of the Republicans, and they're afraid to do anything. You know, they're afraid to be looked at funny for trying to push shit through.
Can I ask you guys something?
Except
I mean, don't you
they're not
understand-
afraid
I
to
mean,
bomb. They're
I
not
think
afraid
it's
to
just
bomb
the
Syria.
appearances, though, for now.
Can
Pat,
I ask you guys
Don't
something?
you think that? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, don't you think that's kind of, necessary, governmentally? Like, if you want to take a roll over, you can't just
If
push.
you want to get it done, though,
I understand. I
No,
agree
but-
with you. I agree with you. I agree with you on
No,
both
you're supposed
points.
to
I
represent
agree
us.
I think that the Democrat, and I think this is politics for the last 40 years. They get pushed back a couple years, and the next party comes in, and we're like, oh, we can't be extreme, because that's exactly why we didn't want to elect Bernie. Because
Bombing Syria is not extreme. That's not an extreme thing.
no one cares about that shit. You understand,
Apparently it's okay.
being American is blowing up other countries.
Hold on, yeah, but can I say something about that? Do you guys disagree with doing that when a base gets look? Okay, we're all American. We've all lived here a long time.
You want to cloud this with the intricacies of what happened.
I do, and that's the fucking thing that nobody does.
Yeah.
I want to know, like, is
You wanna go back-
Do I
you
want
wanna
to take
go
the
back
Fox
40 years.
News headline and believe that Joe Biden is sending planes over there and sending us into a full-blown fucking war, or is the truth that we got attacked and we're responding for that attack responsibly and what's the word I'm looking for? In a balanced way, I guess is the way I want to put it.
So
Like,
I'm going to respond. I'm
Please,
gonna
please,
respond.
because
Let me-
I
give me
legitimately
1
do not
second.
know. But here's the thing. I also don't want to be mad about something before I know what the fuck is really going on.
Right.
That's
okay,
all.
So allow me 1 second though. If I explain that to you in the way that we have looked at everybody else that interprets that shit, you're turning it around in the complete way of thinking. Like that's where we're at. We're at a crossover of interpretation. So do I make sense when I say that, or am I just...
No, I understand that.
I got it.
Here's the
understand
thing.
what you're
I
saying.
have
It's
zero
like-
interpretation.
So now
All I
everything I heard just come out of your mouth, though, is something that would have been odd for the opposite side 3 years ago, 7 years ago. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
we just keep going back and forth to the point where the pendulum just swings, and the extremists and the aggravatist people say the same thing, but don't unite. Like, there's no unification of the train of thought where the underlying beliefs don't align with the core thoughts about what's going on. And
But what's
I
the
feel
truth
like-
of what's going
Well,
on?
I feel like we're at a point where there's a breaking point. Like, in time, there has to be a peak where enough people are like, really? And the problem is I don't see it happening, and I'm kind of annoyed with it, that the people who thought those things this very same way you're angry about it and preaching about it now, 7 years ago said the same things.
Yeah, well, I mean, why are we bombing everybody all the time? Period.
Are we bombing everybody all the time? Who are we
Yes.
bombing right now? I want, like, here's the thing. I want a definitive answer of who the fuck we're bombing right now and why. That's all. Because I've heard it my whole life, and I want to know what the fuck is actually going on. And I feel like that's really, seems to be a very difficult question to answer, and I don't know why it's a difficult question to answer.
I don't personally think it's outside the realm to believe you're bombing people like you and I as collateral damage all the time.
Where?
All over the world.
Any fucking where. That's the sad answer.
I just want to know where it's happening right now. Where are we bombing right now?
Right this second?
Yes. Syria. I understand what happened in Syria. I don't know if it's right or wrong because I don't know what the fuck is going on there. I have a friend who knows what's going on there.
That's the lack of clarity. That's the problem, is that the news covers...
Right now we're bombing Somalia.
Why?
And what's the purpose?
Drones just bombed the village of Hanting Wadag in Somalia's lower Shabelle province and struck vehicles carrying a group of al-Shabaab fighters.
For what reason? But this is what I mean. Like, why is the fuck is this happening?
Because the counterintelligence believes that whatever they find out about somebody who may be a threat, regardless of the level of threat, need to be taken out before they are a demonstrative threat. You don't want action to come happen.
But here's the thing, man. Like I'm starting to understand why people never trust what the fuck is really going on. Like, I mean, I've always understood it, but I feel like I get to a different level with it every couple of years. And, like, we hear that this shit is happening, and then I go, I don't get a definitive reason as to fucking why. Because this is mostly what we're paying for. Like, that's something I want everybody to understand. Like, even
Iraq,
under
man.
Obama's... Oh, even under the Obama administration, roughly 93% of your tax dollars went through the Pentagon for war. That's a fucking lot of money going to that. Why is it happening? Is it colonialism? Is it because we're retaliating constantly?
No.
Is there an alternative
it's
to
because-
retaliation so we
it's
can put an
because-
end to this shit?
Because they have nuclear weapons on the backs of 18-wheelers, remember? On the backs of pickup trucks. They got the nuclear bombs. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, man. What are you going to do? Throw them here?
There's a website called Air Wars I just linked in chat that it tracks all the civilian bombings that the U.S. does, like pretty much throughout the year.
Jesus.
It's like an aggregate.
Yeah. And what do you see? Do you see anything immediately that's alarming?
I mean, that's where I found that Somalian one real quick. I just
Yeah.
looked, but yeah. I mean, we're killing people all over the place, and we never hear about it.
Yeah.
Our news doesn't cover this shit.
Yeah.
I mean, why would they? You know.
Yeah. Why would they? I don't know.
So you know it's better, right?
You're right. You're right. It's corporate news too.
Mm-hmm.
It's I thought about the storming of the Capitol today, and I felt like an opportunity for a real revolution was thwarted by that stupid shit. Like, I think about all the different reasons that people have to actually overthrow the government. All the real reasons.
Underlying it all, right, Rick, is that we all have the same thoughts. There's like-mindedness. The problem is there's also, in terms of territory and geography, things that infiltrate their upbringing. It's a different type of American dream.
You can hijack like-mindedness.
Well, yeah, I mean,
implant.
But what I think what you're seeing is what you just saw with the Capitol is that's the extreme end of what people are thinking. Where all the shit you could be pissed off about, that's manifested in those people. The couple hundred people that did that, like couple hundred. It's not.
Right, it's not 76 million voters.
I'm having a hard time interpreting, today with politics and the way that the news covers shit, because where you think about like the Civil War, you think like it's 50% of the states, and even then it wasn't 50% of the states. There were percentage breakdowns in the South where people were like, "No, I'm not fighting that fucking war," and now you're at a population of 330 plus million fucking people, and it's not 50%. There's some that's like 8% of the wingnut motherfuckers in the country. And then there are people that believe things, and then there are people that believe things quietly. It's not to the extreme where there's a 50-50 split and you're going to see like chaos. But it's certainly concerning when that small of a population could show up and do what they did, and it ended up allowed. It wasn't like, I think the more concerning point of that is that there wasn't a larger response from the police, from the government, or something like that.
Yeah,
that fuck who showed up and who those people are and their intelligence level and everything else. Where were the cops? Where were the fucking cops, dude? Where was the military? Fuck the cops.
Well, that's the
Where
hearings that have been going on for the last 2 weeks. Have been hearings on exactly that.
There's quite, if you've been following it, there's quite confusion between the active chief of police and the people who knew what was going on with the police response to that, and the criticism over whether or not, if that was a Black Lives Matter protest, if those were people arguing about civil rights, if that was a pink hat protest, everything would have been different. There would have been SWAT teams and fucking AK-47s and shit. And to see that happen where you knew ahead of time there was a reported concern and no one showed up in a Capitol fucking building.
The thing that got me was that the excuse that I heard recently, I forget who it was from, but they said they didn't want to show a large police force presence because of the actions that took place during the protests for the Black Lives Matter movement, that the optics were bad, so they didn't want it. They didn't want it to perpetuate those same optics.
They didn't want a bunch of white people to be as mad as the black people were.
like how fucking ridiculous!
If that isn't the most transparent response possible, bro.
Right.
Okay, so you don't want white people to look like their rights have been taken away. When you can do that to black people, when it shows to the white people that the black people aren't going to get those rights, that's those are the optics that you
Right.
shut down the element of colored people because you don't want to upset white people, and then let white people do what they need to do to vent that frustration so that you don't upset the white people. It's all about not upsetting white people.
I really
You
don't
know-
think it was anything like that. I think they were scared. I think
Who?
I think the police and everybody that they didn't want to send anybody in there because everybody was carrying weapons and shit.
Right, but at the end of the
Then
day,
all
that's what
fucking
you're
battles.
telling me. A bunch of fucking white people with guns showed up,
Yeah, that's why.
and they will fucking blast off, and there will be
Yep.
a fucking an eruption of fucking crazy shit.
That's exactly why.
So what does that tell you at the end of the day, Pat? Like,
I mean, what do you think?
white people are motherfucking crazy people, bro.
hmm
I think that at the end of the day, that's your threat. Your threat are people that don't want to be overthrown. And I don't mean that on a racial thing. I mean that like significantly in the foundation of the country. It's systemic. The shit is systemic. It's Europeanized. It's
Yeah, I mean, plus they pretty much did the exact opposite of what they always say they do. You know, they're always saying, "Oh, we don't riot, we don't do this, we don't do that." So the police probably weren't expecting anything crazy.
I spent so many years listening about Baltimore, things that
Yeah.
happen in fucking Southside Chicago,
Yeah.
Chirac. It's fucking terrible, you know. And I know Baltimore, Maryland. I spent a long time in my life in Baltimore, dude. You know, so I know I have family people that live in Baltimore. When those riots were taking place, and they were like, "Oh,
Yeah.
look, it's colored folk throwing shit up." Dude, there were white people right across the street breaking into windows.
Absolutely, dude.
This is a fucking class war. It's not a race war. It's always
100%.
been a class war. That's the problem I have with it. Is that at the end of the day, you could interpret it however you want. It's about finances. And cities that grew up and segregated, I mean, yeah, that's a side effect. The segregation, the fucking isolationism, that's all side effects. But at the core, it's who has access to funding, who has access to money
Yep.
and jobs,
Yep.
and what jobs are looking to outsource rather than give to the people that will work the fucking job. And there's a lot of factors.
And
in
sure,
that,
dude,
man.
it goes
it's
even
not
deeper
as
than
simple as
that.
black and white.
It-
It's really infuriating.
It's deeper than that, even, man. It's the fucking absolute fucking social soil you're allowed to fucking grow in, man. They rig all that shit.
It's about to
When
get.
you look
I
at
think.
it,
I
dude-
personally, I predict. I think it's about to get a lot worse because with all this work from home, like all these companies that realize how many people are able to work remotely now throughout this pandemic, I think
Sure.
personally, I think that so many more jobs are about to get outsourced to India. It's going to be ridiculous.
Maybe.
That's not a bad assessment, man.
Not a bad assessment, exactly. Yeah, agreed.
The more people realize that people can work from a remote status. I mean, Rick, I think about it all the time.
Me,
You know where
yeah.
I'm at. It's a terrifying thought. We have to acclimate to something to keep ourselves marketable.
Problem for me is I'm fully acclimated.
Right, but
Not
as am
everybody
I.
is.
But marketably, you know what I
Marketably,
mean?
I'm not
Like,
sure.
to-
I'll tell you
to
what.
think
I'll tell
that-
you what.
To think no, what I mean is to think of the word marketably and the job that we do for a living.
So we are slightly, maybe too slightly, ahead of the curve
Right.
now, on the
Right.
timeline of events. How this was supposed to unfold. So, I still say, and I've said it for weeks on this show, that those of us who are good at it, those of us who have the ability to thrive in it, those roots are being planted right the fuck now, man. So there are people who are gonna fucking live, be able to adapt to this and thrive in it, and people who just aren't. But isn't that the whole fucking market? Isn't that the whole thing?
I mean,
Well,
if you want-
capitalism
if
is the snake. It's the
Yeah.
snake that eats its own tail.
Yeah. If you were to break it down, yeah. Unfortunately, education has broken down into commercial real estate, which is commercial everything.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. Listen, like, you guys have to think about for a second. You have to think about the value of good marketing.
Pepe just said commercial. Mike Pepe just said commercial real estate is over as well. It is
Correct. But you have
There's
to think.
no malls. There's no
Listen,
big ass.
you guys have to think about how important branding really is.
Right.
Branding is quite literally right now, on every level, the most important thing there is in terms of financial success. Because let's say,
individually, Rick, not like it used to be, right? Like, not a name of a corporation, but you as a person.
it is capitalism fully realized as a superhero. It is
Right.
fucked up beyond.
Yeah, but
Listen,
but that
Stones.
said, Nike. Sorry, Nike. The company that owns the Nike name, they don't know what country of origin it is, and they can't tell if it pays taxes.
What do you
That's
mean?
how ridiculous branding has gotten, and how chopped up everything has become.
How many people work for Nike?
Nike
Well, no,
started.
that's the thing,
Nike started with
thousands of companies.
Oregon. It's Oregon.
Yeah, but the people who own the name Nike, because there's now so many companies out there that
because of the
Nike
stock share investors.
So there's so many companies out there that make Nike shoes that they pay somebody for the Nike name, but there's nobody knows what country that Nike name is listed in,
Yeah.
and if
You know
if
why?
they pay
I'll tell you why,
Oh.
man. I've also said this for years and years. There's a certain element, there's a certain echelon of super rich that does not pledge allegiance to any country. They don't pledge allegiance to any country, any state, anything. They're global. They always fucking have been. It's just fully realized now. And I wonder, man, where this is going. Because I can't believe I'm about to do this. But like I'm gonna defend Mitt Romney a little bit. I feel like when Mitt Romney said corporations are people, my friend, what he meant is corporations were made up of people. And I wonder what we can do with that philosophy. I don't know how he actually meant it, but I wonder what we can do with that philosophy, because Rob, you had said that the individual is connected to like the corporate money now.
I think he meant it like corporations are people, so donate as much to me as you want because you're not a company, you're a person.
Are we interpreting it that way, or could that be taken a different way?
No, that's how I meant it.
You're probably right. That is probably how he meant
He
it.
didn't
That's
actually
probably how
think
he meant
companies
it.
are made up of people, because that's the obvious.
Yeah,
He wanted the same rights as a person as a corporation.
right.
So
I just wonder if that's what he meant.
Repeat your question again. I'm sorry.
This is what I said. I said so when Mitt Romney said corporations are people, my friend, he took a lot of criticism for that. And I'm not a fan of Mitt Romney, but I wondered if when he said it, what he meant was corporations exist because they're made up of people. So when he said corporations are people, my friend, he didn't mean treat the corporation as a person in the evil way that people normally take it. He meant it as it's a conglomerate of human beings. It is people.
what else would it be?
I think he meant it as something that is a belief system. You know, you believe in the corporation. So
Is that dangerous?
fuck yes. What are you talking about? Yeah.
I'm asking because that's the question people would ask. They would say,
that's
"Is that
the entirety?" If you were to ask me what I think the problem is with the United States economy, it's that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people are the corporation. They're branded. People buy into things, and post 1950s, 1960s world, which only got bigger in the 80s and 90s, is I buy brands. How can I market the brand? Everything has some sort of psychosis to it.
Can I ask you something? I want to ask all of you guys something. I want to know if this is a fixable problem. So, is there a company that each one of you loves for some specific reason? Is there a company that is large that you go, I love this because of this?
Nope. None. Zero.
I'll tell you one for me. I love the broadcast system that I use, XSplit. You know why? Because they took care of me as an early customer, and every time they do an update, it makes the software better, and it has consistently done that for 7 years.
I think
And
I'll
that's
be
it.
honest with you, man. I love so. Allow me a second. I would like
Just
if I buy
regular
if I buy
maintenance
if I
makes
buy
you up for?
sneakers, dude. I buy like 5 different brands of sneakers.
Mm.
I don't have an allegiance to Nike or Adidas, or I just bought 3 pairs of Pumas. I love like whatever I think is comfortable, whatever works for me at a certain time, or whatever I think looks good
Cool.
for me,
Yeah.
I buy. You know what I mean? Like when it came to, I think the only allegiance I have is based on product interaction. If I think something is better, not because everybody else likes it. I'll give you a for instance, dude. I'm a gamer. I play PlayStation. That's not a likable station compared to Xbox. Like if you're on a
It is for
system-
me.
PlayStation, but PlayStation allegiance is kind of frowned upon in the gamer world. Like a lot of people are either PC or Xbox, and that's because Microsoft backs Xbox. I have been loyal to PlayStation for the last probably, I don't know, when did PS1 come out? 15, 25 years ago, maybe? You know,
So you
Long
love
time.
them as a company, or you just love their product?
I like their product.
Okay,
I
so
like their
their
I like
business
their product. I
So,
think-
so do you trust the company more based on how they handle that product?
No.
So you
I
don't
think that
say-
company can fuck up at any point. in
Let me
time.
ask you this, Rob.
I'm a
Hold
life-
on,
I'm
hold
a
on.
lifelong-
Seems pretty
Hold on, I have
I'm
a question.
Let me
Go ahead.
just make this statement before you ask a question. I was a lifelong NES player,
Oh.
like from the very beginning, and I had ColecoVision before that. I had Atari before that, but when NES came out, I was loyal to NES for goddamn before Sega, and then when Genesis came out, I take gaming very seriously at the roots of it, and I was loyal to NES. I went loyal to NES, but I always kept Sega as a second platform that I played on. But NES to me, through their early years up until Super Nintendo, like I just played what I thought was superior. But I always have broadly had multiple gaming systems. I owned Neo Geo. I owned Sega
Sure.
Genesis. Like,
Can I ask you something? Let me ask you something. You're a craft beer drinker.
I am.
Okay. Is there a brewery that you look at for some reason, big, small, whatever, when they put something out, you say to yourself, I absolutely have to try it because these guys put out quality shit for a good
Yes.
price?
Yes.
Who is it?
Anchorage Brewery in Alaska. 1, because I can't get it, and 2, because I can always get it.
Okay. Okay.
But I've never had, like, it's a select product. But when it comes out, their IPAs, their beers across the board I've never had a beer where I wasn't like, it's good for what it is.
Sure. And
And I've
so,
been
so that's what I'm asking
I've been drinking
everybody.
craft beers for 20-something years.
Right.
Nothing NES puts out, Rick, is garbage. They're the forefathers of
Yeah.
quality products.
They're responsible for a lot of memories.
Nintendo is fuck everybody. I don't care. I don't care what Sony puts out. I don't care what Microsoft puts out. Nintendo is a company that forever, dude.
Sure.
That's
I
a
think
company.
that all companies have the Walter White mentality. You capture market share and then you raise the prices.
Stones,
Yeah, no
Stones,
doubt.
hold on
I mean,
a second,
there's-
Stones. Stones, you look, man, you know what a quality product is when it comes to like construction, right?
Sure.
Is
Rare.
there a brand that you gravitate toward for some reason because you believe that the price and the quality and the customer service all works for you in a fair way?
All right. So I'm going to say that there's a duality that I'm living through currently with that thought process. And I'm going to give you an example with my history. So you not in the too distant past, when I knew all the cost breakdowns of every piece and labor cost that went into putting solar on your house, like as a company, the cost for me to do it, the cost that I would give the customer would be roughly the same as the customer's cost to purchase the material on their own. So the customer is now left with a choice. Do I pay to have somebody else do it, or do I do it myself because it's going to cost me the same amount of money? And back then, I used to think, how great is this? How great is it that because I work for a business that can buy in bulk and they can buy stuff cheaply. And because of that, jobs are created and this whole machine, this mechanisms of the machine keeps going. Now I'm on the opposite end of that, where I can't make a product for that I could sell for less than my material cost. And so how do you enter into how do you build something? How do you enter into a market space?
I'll tell you what, man, we know entrepreneurs who I bet would come in the show and talk about it.
You know who I like? I just thought about it.
Go ahead.
I like AMD.
Why?
I like them ever since they started.
Why?
Because they were a cheap, directed toward everyday user chip competition to Intel, who was exorbitant prices, and they had the lion's share of the market. And they've always been cheaper, and they're still cheaper, and they're actual better than Intel at points. Well, not always.
Yeah, but that's also gone down. That technology's now again capture market share and raise the prices. Yeah. There's now three chip manufacturers in the world, and one of them is almost irrelevant.
Qualcomm is another huge one.
Yeah, but that's it though, isn't it? I mean,
there's a bunch of chip makers, but I mean, just as far as like since inception, they've always had good business practices. They've always cared about their users. They're always trying to drop prices on the market because Intel was just way too expensive for everybody. So they've done a lot for the PC space, I guess you could say.
So it's possible. It's possible for a big company.
Yeah, but once
you
trust them, I haven't really looked into the
what would it take? What would it take? So I guess my question is it possible to do these collective webs of thinking that would right now be thought of a corporation, but in the future could be like a think tank where people just come up with ideas and things progress, right? Is there a way to take a company of that size with that many employees and make it something that you would trust? What would that be?
Personally,
Patagonia.
Full transparency.
Hi, guys.
Kristen, what's up, man?
Full transparency is the only way. Hey, Kristen.
Hey. Patagonia. Patagonia is a perfect example.
What do you mean?
Hey, she's back. Yay.
I'm here. Hi, guys.
What up?
Not much. Very strange.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Very strange.
Can you talk about? You don't have to talk about it, but do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. So this happens to me from time to time. Unfortunately, it's I call it the Toro family curse because most of the women in my family have had this. But I get really severe pains. I have endometriosis that causes super severe pains and weird tissue growing all over the place in my body. And so as a side effect of that, I sometimes tend to pass out and then get really low blood pressure. So I had to take a quick trip to the ER, which was wild. You would not think that we were living in COVID times anymore. It's so weird. It was all the nurses were super cool, and they were like, you can have someone come with you, and I was like, really? Wasn't a year ago, weren't you guys all in hazmat gear? It was totally normal. Yeah, it was weird. I'm terrified now because I'm ugh, I definitely have COVID, but whatever. Hopefully not. So yeah, I'm alive. I'm okay.
Good.
Are you wasted on painkillers?
I try not to.
They don't even send you home comfortable.
No, well, that's another thing with like, I don't know if everybody knows about endo, but it's like it's a very painful chronic illness, and doctors really don't treat it very seriously because it's, I don't know, I guess
I could take a guess as to why.
yeah. But yeah, it's, I mean, I've dealt with this like my whole life, so it's just kind of like one of the unfortunate things where I'm like, oh, this shit sucks. But I don't really get super crazy pain meds. I mean, usually the answer is just take birth control, or here take a handful of Tylenol or Advil. And it's like, oh, okay, thanks. I was in so much pain, my blood pressure just dropped down to like a crazy amount, and I passed out. So I'm sure Tylenol will work, but yeah, no, I didn't get any crazy pain meds. So yeah, but it's okay.
We're so
But,
happy
So
that you're
I
here.
think you're seeing
Yeah.
medical workers without all the hazmat gear on now is because most of them have been
Vaccinated.
vaccinated at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, I kept telling myself that. I was like, it's okay. You're fine. I know you've been here for like 6 hours, but you're okay.
So I have an interesting work revelation about COVID. I'm very happy that I have my first dose of vaccine in me because there has now been an outbreak at my job, and it was bound to happen because the culture at my employer is very lax. They've never enforced any mask mandates. Like they provided us with masks and hand sanitizer, but it was for customer facing, and the culture as far as in the building goes, you know, nobody does anything. And it's been a concern of mine from the very beginning that this is what I endure on a
Mhm.
daily basis. And I just succumbed to the idea that, you know, okay, it looks like I'm going to get it because I'm around a bunch of jackasses and this is just how life is going to be for me. And I'm forced into having to go to work. So here it is. But
Yeah.
the funny thing is that now since there's this outbreak, that now there's apparently a war of finger pointing happening between the road crews and the office. The office is blaming the road crews for the outbreak, and the road crews are blaming the office for the outbreak. And it's just like, I can't believe that after being in this for a year now, where there has been no, you know, anybody saying anything about how anybody should be, that it wasn't expected that an outbreak would occur. And now that one has occurred, you're now going to start playing the blame game? Like, what the hell? What?
Yeah,
Fucking- it's
I mean,
stupid.
it is. It's like I say all the time, like I do the best that I can to like make sure that I'm safe and I'm not contracting it and I'm not spreading it around. And like I do, you know, like I do go to the supermarket from time to time, and like I always like now like double mask, which like so my boyfriend is like, you're an idiot, like you're crazy. But yeah, I mean, like I say all the time, like my boyfriend and my roommate, they both work in restaurants, so you know I'm exposed unwittingly, unwillingly, but it's just it was weird, man. It's like I was expecting to like go in and like be locked down, and I like initially was like, I really don't.
But would you blame your boyfriend? Like, if he came home with you, would you be like, "Oh, this is your fault"? You know what I mean? Like, that's of course
No,
not.
I wouldn't, but it just like
Of course not.
it's just like one of those things that like I don't know. Like to me, it's just weird. Like people are still dying of this, and yes, the vaccine is out, but like I feel like there's like I don't know. I was like I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. Like this is fucking strange. This is so
I gotta
weird.
tell you, so after the first dose of Pfizer, an unexpected thing that happened on a personal note was that a lot of the infighting just seems to be quieter. It's not like some great relief or burden has been lifted off my shoulders,
Mhm.
but everything that was.
What do you mean by infighting?
Like how things should be progressing, meaning like you know, should this policy be in place? Is this an overreach? Is that, you know, like you know, what policy is hurting people and has nothing to do with the science versus what policy, you know, no, it does have scientific backing. there's a lot of details that affect people's lives outside of affect people's lives maybe unjustly, and in both directions.
Sure.
So all those and that seemed to be kind of intense topics of conversation for me. But post-vaccination, it's all of that just became way unexpectedly. All of those became quieter in a way, which was weird.
Would you say that you're better than the rest of us?
Well, I don't want to say that, no, because it's like part of it is like I'm looking.
Are you better
down.
than us, Stones? You're looking down at us. Is that what you're saying? You're looking down at the rest of us.
If he doesn't want to say it,
he doesn't want to say it. I know what he's getting at. Son of a bitch.
It was a surprise. It was unexpected. Unexpected benefit of it.
Sorry, Rob's coming back from his double pork loins.
I was checking on the pork loins. I'm sorry, I was cooking.
That's like your term of endearment for him.
smoking meats.
I was cooking some meat. God damn it.
Smoking some meats.
Kristen, he went to Costco and he bought a fucking double pack of meats and he's making all his pork.
I didn't realize there were 2 pieces of meat in the package.
The fact that people go to Costco is still alarming to me. I have to say, like, I have never been to a place that was like more like there's 2 places that like freak me out because they're like capitalism on overload, and it's like the mall and Costco. It's like you need to buy a bulk thing. You need 12 pounds of toothpaste.
Yeah.
No, that's not why I go to Costco. Though.
No, I.
Surprisingly, though, Costco runs their business.
I go to Costco. First of all, I go to Costco on other people's memberships.
Good for you. Yes, good for you.
Costco
Although they're
takes
pretty
care of
good
them.
with
They
like
just-
how they treat their like. I don't know if that's what you were gonna say.
They
Pat, but,
treat
like,
their employees
yeah.
like fucking
The
gold.
CEO
They
doesn't
fucking-
make that much money. He only makes
Yeah.
not even close to what normal CEOs
They
make.
blow Walmart and Target employees out of the fucking water, man.
They do. That's like a blue. That's like what it should be, like a blue collar job where like.
Now,
no
that
one
being
is-
said, I also agree exactly with your targeting statement, which was
It's capitalism
well,
on overload.
fuck me for going there and getting a couple of extra almond milks. You know what I mean? Like,
That's
I'm
fine. though.
lactose intolerant and I use a lot of almond milk a lot. You know. No, but I went into the meat aisle and they sell the shit just like they sell everything else. You have to. So I thought I was buying 2 pork loins. And I cut it open. It ends up being 4 pork loins. So once it was open, it was like, shit, I got to make 2 of them. Just for the update to the show, I've overcooked those pork loins.
Rob, when we get the show back in the studio, I have 2 rotisseries here. We're gonna bring pork loins here, and we're gonna do a whole
dude,
fucking
I will
rotisserie.
Can I cook? Can I cook live on the show?
Hell
we do,
yeah,
like-
you can. Fuck, we'll make a Rob cooking cam.
Oh shit! Can we do like a meal every show next time? Can we do like that's like a 10-minute segment where, hey, how are you? I'm cooking on the show.
Hey, how are you?
Dude, I'd fucking love that. Can I do that? Can we do a show where it's
We
like
should do like once every summer. We should do a special like Saturday or like a Sunday afternoon barbecue episode. Where it's
yeah, but
just,
I'm
like,
talking
a
about
grill-
like
a grill
every
or a
segment
cookout.
that we do where I'm like behind the curtains and like in the middle of the show you're like, what are we eating tonight? Some goofy ass shit Rob's cooking in the kitchen. And then you unveil the curtains and there I am like half naked cooking in the kitchen.
just tending to your double pork
Just-
loin.
Just checking the pork loin.
Just bacon
that's
grease
it.
flying out of the pan onto his chest.
Yeah, and I'm totally
You're in
I'm
slow
watching-
motion for some reason.
yes, yeah. Like you stop and I'm like, here I am.
Like,
And you focus in on the meal and it like just glistens in gold.
I keep talking to Rick about the day that we can actually communicate with our electronics again and how bad I want to go on an awesome talk trip somewhere. But I can't think of any place, like,
Pride. We're going to Pride.
yeah, that's good. We could like fancy up my wheelchair with glitter.
and ribbons
The Pride
and
will be
all Tool. It would be fun.
Yeah.
We have to go to Pride. I have to take Pat to his first Pride.
Let's go. Let's go.
You'll have fun.
I don't know.
You'll have a great time. You'll have a great time.
I don't. He said, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at home. I'm at home watching some shit that day. I'm sorry.
I own a
support it all.
timeshare in Fort
I
Lauderdale.
support it all. You guys have a good time, but I.
Whoa,
I got
whoa.
stuck.
Hold
Yeah,
on. Every so often, something sort of goes off in the background from Stones, and I pick up on it, and I go, I can't believe what the fuck I just heard. Stones just said he has a timeshare in Fort Lauderdale. Is that true?
Wait, is that a real thing?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
Stones!
it's a monster.
I can't begin to tell you how you're not my friend anymore,
Are you kidding me?
and that you're just fucking saying that out loud, right? The fact that
What
all
I'd
of
like-
Awesome Talk could go to St.
Rick, stop. What I'd like to know is why we are not. How are we not broadcasting from that spot right now, while no one is obviously traveling?
My dates are in April. I have 2 weeks.
How the fuck have we all not been an Awesome Talk broadcast since March?
From
in
Fort
your
fucking
Fort
Lauderdale.
where no one is.
No one.
We could have collectively come up with enough cash. That's like $5 a month.
They would have
from all of
upgraded us to a
Stay in
fucking
Fort Lauderdale
5-star
right now.
condominium.
Seriously, how am I not living in the real world?
It's
We
We
really, it's
could have
really
been
a
getting
bad-
Domino's pizza deliveries.
They have.
Yeah, that's the
endless
fucking highlight.
Endless Domino's flatbreads. Just
There's
thin crust ass
Getting
bitches.
pineapple pizza bagels.
there's four pools on site. One of them is an indoor-outdoor pool, like where you can swim outside and back
Still
inside.
talking.
I'm
Still
sort of
talking.
ashamed right now, Stones. I'm sort of
He's
ashamed.
still talking about it.
I'm ashamed that we're supposed to be this good of friends,
It's gorgeous.
and that you've never told me this before.
I'm offended, and I met Stones like a year and a half ago.
I know you did. Let me tell you something. Can I tell you guys a little something that's true? Because of Awesome Talk.
Can I tell you
Can
something that's true?
Because of
opposed
Awesome
to
Talk.
everything else we've talked about.
It's extraordinarily difficult for me to keep track of time. So I feel like I've known you guys forever, but some of you have been on the show for like a year and a half. And for Stones to come here right now, I've known Stones since he was 15 years old. And
by the
he's
way,
just
Rick-
telling me right now that he has a timeshare of motherfucking.
It's just a little pebble.
I've
I mean,
known
since
this
he was a
dude.
pebble.
I have known this dude for 25 years. He's got an
Yeah,
escape route to Florida.
and I've had that timeshare, Rick, since 2000.
Why the fuck would you want to go to Florida?
Let me tell you something,
years.
Stones.
20 years.
Almost as long as I've known you.
Stones, let me
Rick
tell you
has
something.
not been invited to Florida for 20 fucking
Let me tell you something. Stones, that's 2,000% less I'm your friend right now.
Oh my god! 20 years!
2,000% less.
He was like, just so you know, fuck you in Florida for 20 years.
Yeah.
bitch.
And Fort
You
motherfucking
bitch-ass
Lauderdale.
motherfucker. You thought I was your friend. I had parasites.
I don't even have to
and I
leave the
didn't give it to you.
resort.
Oh no, you don't. There's bikes that you just give them a $10
Shut the
deposit.
fuck up,
you get
Stones.
your-
Shut the fuck up.
I've never laughed so hard on this show ever in my life. You're such a piece of shit.
You know how fucking hard it is to be Stones' friend in the first place?
I have fought with it for the last 18 months at least,
Thanks a lot.
and I love him. But now he just proved to me, holy shit. I got some shit ass friends, but Jesus Christ,
Oh
you
man.
guys could have been shooting the golfs on the courses. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, well, you gotta be careful for injuries.
I know
Oh my
precisely
God.
what you
Could have
mean.
been like a group vacation where you were like, hey. It's been 2 fucking decades, and I got property in Florida, and he was like, "Nah."
Nice to know none of those opportunities were
Yeah,
offered
let
to
me
me.
just tell you, your relationship with Stones is my relationship with Pat. I like you, but we're not exactly doing things together. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Like, I love Pat. I want to be Pat's friend, but we're not exactly doing a lot of shit, hanging out and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, I look forward to an internet show. This kid knew you for 2 decades and was like, I got properties down in Oasis, and I didn't like you, but I hate you.
In his natural fucking
my God.
habitat, and he's in his safari hat, and you walk in, and like all the squirrels like circle around you like it's like they're sleeping.
With little fucking poles with spears on them and shit.
No way, he's not hunting them. They're his animal friends.
No, they have it. They have the pole.
Oh yeah, aimed at you like fucking Ewoks. And they're like, like Pat has to give them the okay. It's just a little nod.
Wait, are you describing Pat right now?
Yeah, dude, Pat's that he observes animals.
That is Pat. That's Pat. This
Yeah.
fucking raccoon.
Trying to
Raccoons on the upper level. They come in and are like, shimma, 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 shimma.
Yes. Dude, you know how long we've been trying to coordinate some sort of pet safari show?
Oh,
There's a
shit.
reason for that. He's an animal whisperer.
That guy is my dude. I can't get close to him, though. I can't be his friend.
That's because he's untouchable. He's untouchable. Nobody can get close to him unless you're an animal.
It took 2 shows. We were 2 shows in, and I was like, this dude's fucking awesome. I'm scared shitless of him. Like, there's the FBI is watching this motherfucker. There are people fucking sitting outside this goddamn kid's house.
Yeah, but it's probably Stones.
And you know what's cool about it? Is he knows it, and he's just like, I'm just gonna smoke this cigarette right here. Fuck these bitches. You think I got you? I own your pension, motherfuckers. And he lights that cigarette, walks back in the house, and I'm like, yeah, I can't be associated with that. I'll like his Facebook post and shit, you know, like he's cool.
But if I had a house in Fort
I'm terrified
Lauderdale,
this guy
I guess
knows
no.
this guy knows news. You think that Capitol fucking shit was crazy? That's like, and they just run.
Wait a minute. Pat, don't you fucking also own property?
Yeah, and that he's never been to.
Second person
wait,
in this
no, hold
group
on.
to just suddenly be like, yeah, I do own
Pat-
some property.
No, Pat's worse. Pat owns property that his mom lives in that he's never been to.
Have you been to your timeshare?
What's that?
Have you actually been to your timeshare?
Not with
Oh
dogs.
yeah.
Or just a brochure that you're reading out
No.
to us?
No. I've been there a million times. Yeah. It's It's really nice. It's all filled with plates and silverware and cable.
Oh, wow, just from top to bottom, huh? Dishes?
It's 2 stories, 3 bedroom. It has 2 full bathrooms.
What is
With
this? What are you
guests to the
talking
top.
about?
My timeshare.
The timeshare that we
I'm
fucking
sorry,
don't know anything
Stones
about.
has a fucking timeshare?
What the fuck do you think we're talking about the last fucking 15 minutes? We're talking about Stones.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Pat.
No,
No,
Stones
Pat
has the
owns- no.
timeshare. Stones
Pat-
has the timeshare.
Oh. Well,
Pat
now
Stones-
it's even bigger fucking middle finger. Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck does Stones own a fucking timeshare?
Yeah, Kristen, your camera froze.
Oh, it did?
There you go.
And
Here
we all
now.
thought you were really still, but then you weren't.
Nope. I'm here.
I was like, yeah, she sits really still.
I hated Stones,
Okay,
dude.
what's
I hated
going on there?
Stones so much. Now
Wow,
that,
she
now that I know
doesn't
you're
blink either.
Stones,
Super impressive.
you're on another level now.
Oh, Thank you.
You're like super rich. You're like
Not
that Meg
all
rich.
levels are good levels.
No, Stones is that bougie dickhead fucking rich. Like, who's staying in your timeshare right now is what I want to know.
I've rented it out a few times. You know, you get.
Yeah, that's how, now I know what these bills are all about.
No matter how you responded to that. Yeah, I've rented it out a couple times.
For Stones, for Stones, for.
That's right. I've had people come stay at my property.
Like he waxes his mustache as he says it.
Yeah. He curls it.
What a goddamn what a fucking capitalist.
I gotta tell you, man. I gotta tell you. The amount of puffing up I do for Stones, and I have no idea that I could be in motherfucking Fort fucking Lauderdale.
This guy right here.
What?
Yo, oh, that's how it came out. I'm sorry. That's right. It comes full circle. Fucking Fort Lauderdale.
And he wants to know. He wants to
and
know
your
why we all
timeshare
think he
ass.
lives in a fucking lighthouse
Yeah,
somewhere.
You and your fucking alligator hunting fucking bullshit ass Florida nonsense.
Yeah.
No, man, it was down the street from Universal and
Fuck
Disney,
you.
man.
Fuck.
Yeah, we get off an airplane. He comes riding up on his alligator.
Hey Rick,
I want to thank you guys for coming to my rescue against this bully.
I just want you to know I forgot 20 minutes where we were all defending you against Stones.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works. I was so centered on the fact that I love Pat and can't hang out with Pat that I forgot that we were talking about how much
You have
Stones-
no idea how much I love Stones, Rob. You have no idea.
Yeah, until
And
he
to
was
find
like,
out like
hey,
this
yo,
live on the show.
I got a 9-story apartment complex in
Sure.
fucking Florida.
I could
You've
go somewhere.
Never been invited
Yeah.
to ever.
He's got an apartment complex.
Yeah.
No, it's he owns the whole complex.
Yeah.
I'm sure Stones probably
Oh,
owns
there's more layers, Rob. If it's
Yeah.
anything, Stones is not layers. He's a mudslide. And
I'm going
once
to tell you
you-
how it goes. 2 years ago, we were involved in a conversation, and Stones came to the defense of Donald Trump. I think Stones may own part of Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He may have a share.
Yeah.
One
Yeah, he-
square.
He owns like one of those sheds that they keep the golf clubs in.
Well, shed or no
Stones
shed, you
goes
think
on
he share with a
vacation
friend.
and the quotes that he's going on vacation in is to take care of Donald Trump's lawn for a week.
They sold it to me with the scrambled eggs continental breakfast.
So you own it. How, you're not just leasing to own?
They didn't give you a fucking Sizzler style
No,
fucking
no, he
breakfast
gets-
salad bar.
He gets choice of limp bacon or
Where everybody put their
over-dried
tiny
fucking
dirty hands in it.
over-dried Jimmy Dean's or the
I'll tell you what, Rob. I'll fucking take it if they're offering it.
Fit for Trump. So it's like the styrofoam big breakfast from McDonald's, with the weird pancakes.
You're dating yourself now. Styrofoam big breakfast.
I'm not. I'm talking about Trump. Like, it's got to be all 80s.
If you're talking Trump, you're still dating yourself.
Whatever.
Keep in mind, these pieces of shit are like 75 years old. All of them.
Not my timeshare.
No, not his
There's no
timeshare. That's what I was going to say. That's Stones' secret timeshare.
Your timeshare is long enough to piss off your closest friends, apparently.
Yeah. Probably in some cases, your only goddamn friends.
Oh my god!
And I don't know about this till right goddamn now. Hey.
The cross.
Hey,
the
Stones. Hey,
crossbar.
Stones. I've been thinking
crossbar.
about killing, offing myself lately because of all the inability to escape my reality. So maybe if I could go somewhere.
Just so you know, motherfucker, you only have one friend. It's me. And I have not been invited to Florida one goddamn time.
Fort Lauderdale with the free Domino's deliveries all day.
Pat, just so you know, I love you. Don't put it on record because the CIA is watching this shit and I'm terrified.
Yeah.
But I love you, dog. You're a good guy.
There's iguanas all over the property. They come right up to you. You can
Ah, shut the fuck up, Stones.
Bad Boys,
aren't
Bad
they-
Boys
aren't-
Part 2. You're the cartel.
Aren't they like an invasive species? In Florida?
Dude,
Not for his landmines. He's got landmines on the property.
Someone's fucking causing awesome talk, and a fucking lizard drops on its face while he's lurking.
Oh boy. You know, you could eat iguanas too. Some places they eat them.
I'm sure Stones has enjoyed all iguana prepared in a lot of different ways without his friends.
It's not an invasive species when you're just visiting.
Yeah, it's not an invasive species.
Jesus Christ.
The whole house is probably covered in them.
There's just iguanas and fucking endless amounts of illegal sugar gliders in his house.
Sugar glider. That fucking sugar glider.
This is just 1-year-old sugar gliders flying around Stones' house. That's why he's always never in his house.
Yeah.
because rats under the house living
There's
there.
one crocodile, a half a rhino. You know? This is Stone's house in
Yeah.
Florida. He's actually in Florida. You don't even know that.
Yeah, which I didn't even know anything about, so how could I comment?
He's on a golf course.
And like what
He's-
he does to
He's
Florida,
playing
he's
lake
a
golf.
totally different guy that we don't know at all. Like
Yeah,
he has like
He signs off and he's like,
he has like fucking Florida flag, and he wears like those
Yeah.
neon.
He
blue
wears
fucking
white
tank tops.
jeans.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like neon blue tank tops with like the fake rips in them.
he's got white knee-high knickers on right now, and he's like, he looks at the camera and he's like, thank God I don't have to deal with these peons anymore. And he goes out and he has steak and eggs and fucking hollandaise sauce on his fucking English muffins and shit. And then he
The
goes
only-
out and he's like, I have to hit an 18 par.
The only alligator I have is the one embroidered on my shirt.
Yeah, while you suck fucking oysters down at 11 a.m.
I ate alligator once. It tasted like chicken.
Fucking aristocrat ass motherfucker. Hey, do you want to talk about fucking Disney and Dr. Seuss?
Sure.
What happened with Disney?
Rick's got some ideas about that.
Rick, you want to investigate that fucking issue? Because that's some serious shit.
I'm not
Yeah,
mad
dude,
about
I made
any-
a
I'm
whole
not mad
post
at all.
about it. My whole thing was my whole take on it was, sorry, I've had a few drinks, so I'm trying to organize my thoughts, if I'm being honest with you.
All right, so how do you feel?
My take on it is this. I don't think it's good to pull literature off the shelves 100%. I agree with the publisher for saying, hey, perhaps we're producing something that's counterproductive now, given what we know about human beings and child psychology, perhaps we should stop. Okay, cool. I don't agree with the over assessment that it's being canceled. It's not. It seemed like just a responsible decision. I don't think that all the books should be burned. I think that they should be available like any other piece of racist anything.
Was that suggested somewhere that they
I
burn
was
them
just
all?
about to ask.
No. But so the overreaction from people is that. The overreaction is you want to ban this and make it disappear and all this other, the same way they talk about taking your guns away. So they look at it as like this sort of infringement on freedom of speech. So I think that the publisher making the responsible decision to not publish it anymore, given what we know, is okay. But I don't agree with pulling, like pretending it doesn't exist. So anybody that thinks of it in that extreme of a way, I don't think is correct. I think that sometimes lessons throughout history evolve and change throughout the years. And the lesson in this book used to be thought of as teaching kids to read in a fun way. And now it's like, oh shit, perhaps imagery that is dated and racist sticks with kids in a way that is counterproductive. And we don't want to be a part of that anymore.
Can I ask a question based on that?
Yeah.
So with the stereotype of like personification that because it all comes down to how the artist perceives it, the way
Sure.
that they present it, because
And,
it's all
and
about
just to speak to that, I'm sorry. I just want to read the chat for just a second.
Well, the
Um,
artist in this case would be Dr. Seuss, and he's probably like, I bet the Jews were behind it.
Right. He's a racist piece of
Pretty
shit.
good idea of
And
when
and
I
that
saw Dr.
and
Seuss,
listen,
I
man.
thought about it.
Listen, when more information about people is available, there's a greater depth to the decisions
Of course,
you make
of
in terms of whether or not their shit is acceptable. And that's just
So-
the fucking
so
that's the
my
nature of the
question
fucking
is-
beast.
My
So
question is, you're raised with that personification, right?
Right.
And that's the thing that we bring up in classes now about how people are perceived.
sure.
Is that not part of a documented history that if we share it with people, you can still critique it and still make it part of Americana?
It could be
Sure.
if it's given to adults that can critically think the way that you just implied. But if you're
So, yeah,
showing
that's
it
the
to a
problem.
3-year-old as a reflection of the world around them, they're probably not
Exactly.
going to interpret it as, well, this is how things used to be. But I know that right now.
I totally agree.
Right.
But Rick, as an English professor who
Right.
knows literature,
Right.
like I've had a problem with this with Huckleberry Finn. Mark Twain's views on things as a history person.
Yeah.
Mark Twain's views were in modern sense very liberal
Sure.
and very open to things that were happening in the late 1800s,
Right.
where the terminology and shit like that has been banned because of the way they refer to things
Right.
in Huckleberry Finn and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But historically, they're accurate,
Sure.
and I'm having
So
little
so
bit
what's
of a
so
hard
what's the
time.
question?
So the question is, when it comes to wiping things out,
Yeah.
where is the gray area?
So the
where
gray area is
some
this,
of that
man, is
stuff
that-
is to learn from,
Yeah.
because it's historical,
Right.
or do you eliminate it so there isn't
No.
the history of it?
No, you need the
And-
history of it. So the reaction that people have to it in modern day should be a reflection of how ugly it was in the past. And I don't
Right.
think that erasing it does any good, because there is no erasing it, because it will inevitably come up again. Hopefully, the lessons you learn by how it failed or how it hurt people should teach people that you don't do that shit again. And that's the whole, if you don't learn history, you're doomed to repeat it shit.
Well, so let me
So-
let me stop you for 1 second. As a historian, when we teach the Civil War, right?
Yeah.
You talk about 400,000 people dying in the Civil War,
Yeah.
and you say that was a really bad war for America. That's
Stupid war.
like-minded people who view progress as a problem.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't fit their agenda,
Sure.
and 400,000 people die. So when we talk about the books and banned books and why they're banned and why
Sure.
the
So-
literary purpose of
Yeah.
those problematic.
So in a hyper I don't know how to word it, a hyper commercialized reality,
right.
I think that you have to take into account that certain things are marketed to a certain age group, or a certain demographic.
Okay.
And I think that right now we are damn well aware that the majority of Dr. Seuss is marketed to little kids. So we also know more about child psychology than we've ever known before. So we know that these images stick with little kids, even if they can't entirely interpret them in a way that's almost worse, because they will come to interpret them in a certain way. And they've already got that sort of embedded. So I think that in the same way that we don't say certain words to children because they can't process them with any wisdom, the same way we don't want kids to see certain movies because we believe it takes a certain amount of wisdom to process it. I don't agree with erasing the literature, but I agree with the idea that marketing it to a specific age group that we know can't do anything positive with it is the wrong thing to do. So I think that all literature, even the most hateful, contains wisdom, because it gives you a very intimate look inside of a human being. And there's no such thing as just one kind of human being. If there's one, there's several. If there's several, there could be thousands, there could be millions. And you need to understand how those people work. You need to. You need to understand the source of where people's evil comes from. Because that's the only way you get ahead of it. And I always say that, like, when shitheads are caught in the news doing something terrible and everybody just wants them to be hanged, I always go, you should listen to what they say, because a lot of these people don't understand what they've done is even wrong. And that's a fucking problem. And that's a social problem. I think literature allows you to see that on a extremely intimate and personal level. You get to experience reality through another person's reality, right? And I
so
think,
where do you stand on it then? Because as a historian versus an English person,
yeah,
when you're talking about literature written at a certain time, right?
right,
We teach history as, don't take it as modern interpretations. Don't treat history as it would be treated now.
sure.
Look at it at the time in which
Yeah.
it's happening.
We have to.
And when you talk about literature, which is a big part of primary resources to interpreting the
Yeah.
history we're talking about, literature plays a part in that, because
Sure.
it's an integral role in writing the history through interpretation of the people that are living it. Where, people like Frank L. Baum, or people like, in this case, Mark Twain, are writing a very skewed perspective on the realities of the history.
Sure. And
Those
when you
books-
begin to understand human nature through fiction, you begin to be able to read things from people like that
Well,
through a specific through a deeper
Frank
lens.
Obama is commenting on a very realistic thing. It's an allegory. You know what I mean? And Mark Twain is politically commentating the way that CNN or Fox does
Sure.
on the perspective of what's going on there. But the use of the terminology, which has gotten them on the banned book lists,
Yeah.
that's terminology well accepted in a
Sure.
world where today we would accept certain words.
So there's something that Gen Z has a little wrong. And I love Gen Z, and I think Gen Z is extremely capable of getting shit done, because they have a lot of tools and they figured out how to use them young. They are better at accepting people. But when it comes to shit like that, sometimes I feel like there's a little bit of arrogance in terms of how things are perceived.
Right.
Like when there is especially when there's a timestamp on it. Like, you can go back to the 90s and you can find a lot of really foul language attached to things. And you can make an assessment of what that foul language means right now. But in our culture in the 1990s, when you use that kind of foul language, you were offending the type of people that you kind of hope to offend now from the same standpoint.
Right.
Like, conservative tight asses had a problem with certain words back then that right now are a problem with extreme leftist liberals.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I mean? So, I don't remember the flying fuck I was talking about, to be honest with you. I got too deep there. But, what the hell was I talking about?
You were saying where Gen Z has it wrong.
Yeah, they have it wrong because they don't consider the time period, and they don't consider what the time period meant to the nuance, to the language, to the interpretation of the language at the time, and that bothers me just a little bit. Like I said, I respect Generation Z. I love Generation Z. I think Gen Z gets shit done. But I also think that sometimes there needs to be a little bit of consideration about when things happened and maybe why they happened at the time the way they did.
Yeah, not rewriting history.
I was just thinking about that today, and I completely agree with that. I think that whole thing with the the rabbit has a lot to do with that. I
Can
know,
I?
but it's just, I don't know.
I mean, can I just
There was
say
a whole
that,
thing
like,
about women's expression back in the 90s and women empowerment and this and that, and then now all of a sudden, oh, it's inappropriate.
No,
Blah, blah, blah.
dude, and
No.
but that's. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, it's okay.
Kristen,
No, it's okay.
Kristen, please, based on the conversation that Kristen had today, I think it's hysterical. I think if that's where we're gonna go, please, please.
I'm not. Look, I'm not. I don't know. I personally feel like this is just what happens. Norms change, things change, the way we view things change, the way how things are accepted is changing, and like the whole rabbit thing. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, it is kind of shitty to like change a character, but at the same time, it's just like, look, the way that we want to market things towards people is just different. It's just not okay anymore. And I get it, like, stuff that was like cool in the 90s and like offensive in the 90s and was marketed towards like pissing people off. I get that, and I think taking that into context is okay. But like,
I just want to say that I totally agree with you.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just.
I feel like the things that I once wouldn't have found offensive, I find offensive now, and like I feel like I've evolved with that. But I feel like
that's like normal. That's what's supposed to happen.
Sure,
like,
I feel like some of the retroactive anger is some of it is sort of going after people that sort of led us to this point. Like I once read an article where they tried to accuse George Carlin of being right wing.
What the fuck?
And I was like, you have no idea how much of an influence even with George Carlin, you can find jokes that are would be considered fucked up now. But he also was integral when it came to being part of the culture that was progressive in thinking at the time. And sometimes I feel like that isn't considered.
I agree with you there. But I think like overall people are just tired of like the alienation of other people for like stupid fucking reasons because they're black or they're gay or they're trans. And it's just like, I think as a like I even said today, like if you think about it, there's an entire generation of kids whose parents are legally married and they're same sex. Like that is something that's wholly new. That's not happened in this country before. So the way that we view things that are normal, like societal norms, is different now. It's not the same. And the way that we view things that are like offensive, that's going to change too. And it's, there's some growing pains with it. Of course, like I heard something like today, like that people are trying to cancel Eminem. Like Gen Z is like trying to cancel Eminem. And I like that to me is like, all right, well, you're a couple years late, but like you can leave those things alone. But I personally, like, I just think that that's just like something that happens with every generation. I think in the 90s, there was shit that happened that, like, I don't know.
There was a way of, there's a way of looking at things where I say that some of my Gen Z counterparts would have reacted differently to certain things at the time because of what they represented at the time. So when I see them go after Eminem, if you follow Eminem's career, his whole thing was about pissing off tight ass right wing motherfucker, like it always was. Even in 2000 when he did the song White America, you know what I mean? He's just like, it's a constant attack on that sort of approach to the world. And I think a conservative hold on the world looked different at the time. So the response to it from a rebellious generation also looked different and sounded different. And what bothers me is I feel like that's not taken into consideration, typically speaking by a generation. And some of those ways of thinking led to where we are now.
But like, I think that the thing about quote unquote cancel culture that seems to like always be on the back burner of the discussion, even though, in my opinion, it really is almost the only thing that matters because the cancellations wouldn't happen without it. It's purely driven by capitalism, and that's it. Like, the idea of quote unquote canceling Eminem doesn't even make sense because the cancellation is the implication that either your job is at risk or the sales of something that you're promoting is at risk or the company that you work for is somehow
Right.
at risk of losing something. And that's all that this is. Like, they're not going to cancel Eminem. Like, unless Eminem was putting out, like, the problem is stuff that he put out in the past. I assume that they're like saying like, okay, well, here's the thing. Unless he's putting out a reissue of those albums that said those things, there is no cancellation to threat because the albums have already been put out, they've already been promoted, and they've already been sold many years ago. So, like, there's nothing to cancel unless you're just saying he said this in the past, so if he ever promotes anything in the future, let's not give him the sales, in which case maybe it'll work. But, like, it seems unlikely because when you get pissed off over things that happened a long time ago, like, but there's no active thing to fuel the continuation of it, it just simmers down until something else takes its place. Like the thing with fucking Dr. Seuss, like, people getting pissed over it makes no sense because there were no protests. Like, people weren't boycotting, one of the fucking best-selling children's authors of all time. Like, no, the estate decided, this doesn't look great for us. We know better. Let's just get rid of it and move on. Like, they could have, in some instances, it was the illustrations. In other instances, it was the actual writing. If it was the case, in the instances of the illustrations, they could have chosen, I guess. I mean, I know that Dr. Seuss was pretty loyal to the illustrations the same way that, like, the Winnie the Pooh author was really loyal to his illustrator. Like, maybe they don't want to, but they certainly could have the option of just removing those pictures and replacing them with other illustrations or something. But, like, they chose to get rid of it. So, like, now people are pissed off when the fucking company decides to do something that's going to potentially make sure that there's not even the slightest chance that they could lose money in the future. Like, these are mostly the people that cry about cancel culture. A lot of them are the same people that are like fucking totally all for making, giving like bailouts to fucking billion-dollar companies. It's like my same problem with people complaining about Gina Carano getting fired. It's like most of those people that were pissed were conservatives. The same people that fucking back these giant businesses. Well, guess what Disney is? A giant fucking business that doesn't want to lose money, and her big ass mouth was making them feel like either they were losing money or they were gonna lose fucking money. That's capitalism. Those are the businesses that you fucking support, and you guys are worried now because you realize when business can be lost, they're starting to realize, it's usually conservative viewpoints that are losing the fucking business. So that's kind of worrisome. I guess if you have a big mouth and all you want to talk about is that shit, even when you have a fucking really nice fat wallet and a huge career ahead of you for however many fucking years in Star Wars shit, but like you just can't get over yourself. Like, she has every fucking right to be fired. Like, people complaining of that make no sense to me. Go to your fucking job and then complain. Then have your boss tell you, don't do this. And then do it like 5 more times. Do you think you're not going to be fucking fired? Give me a break.
I think that there's like I think there's a conflation between like what cancel culture is and what like just normal change is, in my opinion, because like everything that
I'm mad at Gen X. I'm mad at Gen X for canceling Caldor and Rickles. Those fuckers.
I mean, as time goes on, certain things are just no longer appropriate, and that's normal. The whole thing with canceling Eminem to me makes no sense because I feel like he personally has changed and has grown and like through his music, and he's just a different person now. But I think
That's
There's
that's
this-
what's worrying other older generation. I'm sorry, not to cut you off.
So
But,
Yeah, no, I understand.
but that's
what
what's
you're
because
saying, but-
because older
Not-
generations are looking, going, hey, I know things were fucked up in the past, and I'm really sorry, but what the hell do you want me to do now? And once upon a time, this was how we dealt with things,
But
and this
don't-
is what we thought
hey.
was normal.
Rick,
Yeah,
as a person who was into that music and into that, the rock phase and the hip hop phase that represented, no one took that shit seriously.
It's not, yeah.
Right,
No,
exactly.
no,
You know what I mean? Like,
It was
understand
different.
that.
It was
all
different.
all that shit was meant to offend people on purpose.
Exactly,
It was,
and we
it
knew
was
it.
It was meant, and everyone knew that. Yeah, that
right,
wasn't
exactly.
like,
We knew it.
that wasn't like, hey, and I think there's a fine line between that, where part of our generation, where there's a gray area, and I hate to fucking say this, but like, where the dividing point is between the 1950s and 1960s mentality and the 1990s, where the 70s and 80s kind of bridge a gap between where seriousness and comedy
Yeah.
really clouded shit.
So did
then
art and commercialism.
interpretation-
I'm sorry,
Well-
man. The 1970s was the last time that music was allowed to be sort of unfiltered on the air. And in the 1980s, the reason why you had pop music in the way that you did was because they realized that they could sell sex through that kind of art.
Well, wasn't the 70s and 80s a political push, and then the 90s
Definitely.
were more of a militant push,
Yeah.
and then the 2000s, which is where Eminem got popular, was no man's land. It
Yeah.
was, the way I look at music is that 70s were political as fuck. It was super political. Vietnam, civil rights, the tail end of all of that shit came out in the 70s. 80s was urban industrial and resenting the government. 1990s was resentment
Yep.
mixed with emotional depression.
Yep.
And then the 2000s was anger, frustration,
anger.
and pushing the
Yep.
envelope as far as you could push it.
Yep.
And that shit sold. It sold, dude.
Dude, it sold in
Look
the
at-
mid. It sold in the
dude,
mid 1990s.
Let me put it in polarization. Eminem is now getting charged with this shit. Marilyn Manson is getting charged with this shit.
Yeah.
And the funny part about
Well,
that is
he's getting charged with being an actual fucking rapist.
a
so I think
creep
it's
fucking
totally different.
animal. And let me ask you this as a woman. Sarah, let me ask you this as a woman. Kristen, same thing.
Oh no.
We as people in the 90s knew what that dude was doing.
I don't agree with that at all.
I get what I understand. From an
Yeah, I don't
age,
agree. I didn't know that he was dating an 18-year-old at 38.
no. So here are the factors, right? This guy's involved in kind of borderline.
He's been involved in some nearly R. Kelly level shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's take
Yep.
that. Let's take that and put that in another category, right? Because that's a whole nother avenue. That's a whole nother avenue. That guy represented shit that, as a fan of the music, as a fan of the, as a person who may have been involved in the lifestyle, if you will, understood where he was at. He was a fucked up individual. So as someone
Yeah, but wait. That's like saying punk rock. That's like saying punk rock is
But he was
is
open about
automatically assumed that you're into Nazi shit too. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
fucking.
No, I don't-
yeah,
I don't
like,
agree with
exactly.
that.
Like
I don't agree
honestly,
with that
the
at
thing,
all.
other than obviously a bunch of women being abused, the weird side effect of the whole Manson thing that pisses me off is simply the fact that people have the balls to say,
Mm.
well, look at him.
Yes.
Couldn't you figure it the fuck out? And it's like, no. Have you ever
Yeah.
listened to him speak? He speaks a hell of a lot better than you. He's
Mhm.
fucking intelligent as fuck.
I don't
He's
agree
well-spoken.
with that though.
He-
I don't.
You don't think so?
I'm not talking about
No.
him on stage. I'm just talking about him having a conversation.
The way
But
that
I'm
he comes
not.
off
I'm not.
in
I'm
interviews.
talking about him. I'm talking about him on stage. In which case you're infiltrating the minds of 15 and 16-year-old girls. Where
Yeah, but wait, hold on, Rob.
What
That
does
whole
have to
scene.
do with
that-
expecting that leads to rape? Look at fucking Alice Cooper or fucking Ozzy Osbourne. If any of them were rapists, you would have been like, well, you could have just been able to tell by looking at them. I mean, that says
you
a lot
don't
of
think
shit about a lot
that
of
kind of
people.
shit happened and no one said anything?
I
I
think
don't
that
think
that's.
Ozzy did.
So
I
you
think that
they're
that's.
all rapists because
You think
they all look
Ozzy?
to that?
No, I don't think they're rapists. I think that the mentality and the lifestyle of a person like Marilyn Manson.
In what
certainly-
context,
cer-
though?
uh,
in the context of like he's on stage, he has like money, he has the
Absolutely
resources, and the
not.
capabilities.
No,
to-
the
or
darker.
do you mean like
No,
his
no.
personality wise, like
I mentally,
things
I
that he's-
totally think
So-
the demonic kind of sadomasochistic mentality.
So you think that whole scene? You think that
Do
whole
you
scene
have any
had
idea how many bands you're talking about right now? And to
Yes.
imply that
Yes.
all of them just
Yes.
are fucking rape, like that is so insulting, dude. Especially because you're a
Yeah.
musician. Think of how many people could look at you and be like, "Do you see the way that guy sings? I bet he beats his girlfriend."
No. You're taking it out of context. I don't mean in that way. I mean that person took advantage of that persona and that.
Yeah. Okay. So you mean
Style
like
of
taking
music.
advantage of the
Had to
scene?
would have had people idolizing him for it, whether he was in a boy band or he was a fucking country singer.
No. He was basically
Predatory is basically what you're saying.
the
He was
whole
a
persona
predator.
that
a
he
predator.
presented was sadomasochistic. Whole fucking behavior.
I understand what you mean.
Dude,
Just
I met girls who carved his name into their bodies.
Yeah, dude, it was a cult.
Yeah.
It was a
meant-
cult. And it was
it's
fucked
not,
up.
It's not about the style of music because obviously you see with people with like Trent Reznor who also had that sort of genre mixed into his musical production, who is a phenomenal producer, who didn't go that route, who had to denounce that person publicly. What I'm saying is that guy took the whole persona he presented and lived it in real life. And then people got involved in it, knew what they were getting in fucking involved with. And there's a really gray area about what you know you're doing 15 years ago. The linchpin in all this is those girls weren't old enough to interpret that shit. And that's the problem, is that person took the characteristics of what he personified in music and turned it into a sexual fetishization and attracted 15 and 16-year-old girls into it, who are now going, well, I fell for that shit and this is terrible fucking shit, which it is.
I disagree. And I understand what you're saying, but the only reason why I disagree is because I think people like that, like I'll put Marilyn Manson and R. Kelly in the same category, and that is that they're predators. And psychologically, these people know what to do, what to say, the type of person that they need to get in order to fall for whatever bullshit they want to feed and get whatever they have to get, and basically to be a predator. R. Kelly knew what type of girl to look for. I'm sure Manson knew what type of girl to look for too. And I don't think that it's fair necessarily to say that he used this scene, although he did, but he's also a predator.
Christian, don't you seem
Yeah, I
to
don't
think
think
that
it's-
there's
I'm
a
sorry,
little bit more? Don't you think there's for everybody in this chat that I know's in the music scene, and this is the sad side of it, right? Because Rick, there's no denying it. In the scene of music that we play in, whether it be hardcore, punk, whatever, I have seen in the last 4 or 5 years a big movement away from that kind of stigma because there are a lot of artists in that realm that take advantage of people in the realm that Marilyn Manson was in.
Definitely.
That the category of the music that Rick and I play in offers a lot of opportunity to people who have low self-esteem, are looking for a culture. That's how I got into it. I got into it because it's a brotherhood, it's a sisterhood, it's a community. But there are people that are predatory in that community because it's low.
That's the problem with any club.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with any. That's the problem with everything.
Sure.
But when you are in the gothic, when you're in the gothic community, you're at the lower hanging fruit of self-esteem. I hate to paint it that way. I don't view it that way.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
dude, I don't think that's true at all. Because if you meet a kid who like doesn't have any friends or whatever, and one day he fucking finds a cassette tape somewhere, and it's fucking, you know, Onyx, and suddenly he loves rap forever. Like, that's his thing. Like, he could have just as low self-esteem as the fucking goth kid. Like,
sure,
that's just an outer representation of what they connected to. But to say that goth people are the lowest hanging
fruit, you picked the one hip-hop group that associates with Biohazard, which is right in that same category.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't anything. It could have been fucking Dolly Parton. Is my point.
Agreed.
To say that the goth group is the low-hanging fruit, I think is like that's
people I know in the goth group, they became offensive just for offensive sake. People like the style of clothing just because of the appearance that it presented. It wasn't. It was, you know, not everybody in the goth scene was a recluse. You know, there was certainly social.
But what I'm saying is, who in that gothic group associates themselves with sexual exploration, which got them involved in some shit? I'm not defending him. He's a piece of shit. I know what he did.
Yeah, but disco music was sexual exploration.
Yeah, and how many people? How many people were suffering from hepatitis C for being involved in the disco era where sexual exploration?
Yeah, but so then you would blame the disco group if there was a disco artist.
No. What I'm saying is, in that generation, which we all grew up in, there was a personification. You knew what you were characterized as with that music scene.
You did know that, but you knew it from the people on the outside. You weren't characterized that within each other who knew better. It's the same as people looking at kids who like rap and be like, "Oh, what is that fucking shit?"
Okay,
so it's just a bunch of curse words.
Sarah, let me put it this way: if you were like so. I had plenty of friends who were gothic people. I was borderline gothic myself. And at the same point, I knew where there were entities of that, where while you're being that person, there were limits to where you were an extreme. Everything has a polarization. Like, I don't know. I view every category of people.
80 to 90% of the people in that scene were good. We're good people.
Oh, 100%. I'm not downplaying their character. What I'm saying is the stigma ended up being reality for a lot of people. And in that case, now look at the person who's making the major claim, right? This is a person now, and again, I have to reiterate, I am not defending. I think Marilyn Manson, my whole life from the very beginning, was a piece of dog shit. I had no care in the world about Brian Warner as a person. But what I'm saying is, you were with someone who, regardless, I mean, you obviously, one, took advantage of the age of the person, which she recognized, right? That's a well-known fact. There was a major age disparity between the two of them. At a time where being kind of associated with music and lifestyle was a very big thing. 80s, 90s transition, that's a huge thing for mall culture, for social kind of culture growing up in the world. Regardless of that, this is someone who obviously was attracted to that person, who to the rest of the known world was the most outlandish human being for a decade. For a decade, that person was on. It was on Maury Povich. It was on Fox News, CNN. Like, That dude was somebody who is the most extreme that you could be in terms of social standards, social norms, whatever. So if that's the case, and you choose to date that person, 16, 18, 20, whatever the fuck it may be, and 10 years later you go, this person was fucking nuts. The whole world knew that.
Yeah, you signed up for that shit. Why you say that?
And I'm not
You
even
didn't
trying
sign-
to.
no,
I'm
you
not
didn't sign
trying.
up for it.
Dude, I think
No.
you're making false equivalencies here. You're saying when you say the whole world knew that, that's not true. What you're saying is more that the whole world stereotyped him because of what he looked like,
No,
and they
no.
happened
I
to
literally
find out what they
believe that.
assumed.
I literally believe that of Marilyn Manson when Marilyn Manson took that persona on. When you left real life and became Marilyn Manson, if you're dating that person, you are throwing your dice in the fucking ring. And you're going to
No.
deal with whoever the fuck you're dealing with.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, it's not like an R.
Definitely
Kelly situation where R. Kelly
It
wasn't
100% is. No, it 100% is, because that 100% was an abusive situation. There is a psychology behind abuse. These people pick out their victims. They know the insecurities to poke on, to make it's literally psychology. It's not like a personality thing. It's not like he's weird, or so I'm attracted to that because I feel sad about myself. It's literally a predator seeking their prey, using tricks, using things. Like that's literally what it is. There's no ifs, ands, or
And
buts
I
about
believe
it.
that's 60% of that music genre.
That's
Yeah, but dude,
fucked
dude,
up,
I
dude.
disagree with that,
so,
too.
When
It's
a
like
girl-
dude,
when a
girl
the long
girls started
line
dating it.
of music that falls under industrial and goth, that like shit that like people would go, oh, Marilyn Manson, that's goth, that's industrial. It's like, dude, do you have any bands that no one's ever even fucking heard of that are more that category than that guy?
Oh.
It's just to say
What I'm saying
60% of those
what I'm
people
saying is,
are like
I
that
think-
is fucking
You think
crazy.
that there's
No.
60% of the
60%
people
60%
are predators?
60% of the music industry.
Is a predatory group?
No, is that when you hit a level of importance and you have a genre behind you and people that follow you, you've turned into a demagogue.
Well,
that
yeah.
guy. So
that just has to
it's-
do with
But
fame
that's-
generally.
But that's not
you're
even
taking
that's not even
advantage
fame.
of a genre.
Are you saying
of
this is
people.
almost like a mental illness that sets in?
Well, there's two separate conversations being had, because on one it's like,
No,
it's
there's
clear that he
more
has
than two.
power.
There's
The
more than
people
two.
that
This is
gave
like
him the power were basically the people of one specific genre. But the truth is, if he had chosen to play any type of music and had gotten good enough to be recognizable at it, he would have acquired the exact same type of power.
Right.
That he
Here's the
needed
deal.
to
Here's the
get
deal.
But what I'm
Robert Emmett
implying-
Kelly
what
just
I'm
said.
implying
Robert
is
Emmett
that-
Kelly just said in the chat, "No, it's not the scene. It's the individual." And I just
Not-
want to point out. That Bing Crosby beat the ever-loving drunken shit out of his kids constantly, and his type of music is not what we would associate with that.
What I'm saying is that when you get into a genre of music that are a bunch of outcasts, you have full range. You have full range. So
Yeah, but you can't-
you-
It's-
okay,
it's easy for you to
hold
prey on
hold
insecurities.
Let me explain what I mean. If you are a Justin Bieber, you have full range to go after any fan you want. When you are the head of a hardcore punk fucking goth metal band, you are in a group of people who already feel like they don't fit in. That's where we belong.
I get what you mean.
That's where we belong. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
But you can't
As a
say
person-
that when what you can't say when a girl signs up to date him that she is automatically taking the responsibility
Yeah, I don't see
that
that
he's
connect.
going to present
That
her.
guy presents himself in the
No, no, wait,
national
wait,
media
wait,
as
wait,
that
wait,
kind of
wait,
person.
wait.
You're not.
Hold
no,
on, hold
Chan.
on.
But do you think that when that chick met
Hold on.
him,
Hold on.
like
Did you
in-
put Gigi Allen expecting that to get shit
She
on?
was
fucking
she was
chick
afraid
the
for her
exact
family.
every
You-
si-
when she signed up, she was afraid for her family.
that came out, there were like 16 women that came out against him, and every single one of them had the exact same story. He love bombed me. And
Sure.
the first time we met, we had like 10
It's
straight
abuse.
hours of the deepest conversations you could ever have. I felt so
And then I
close
was
to him.
trapped.
He wasn't representing himself the way he does on stage. He was representing himself as a real vulnerable individual, making someone go, wow, I'm so special that he's taking me into his confidence.
And then they trap him.
Yeah, that's textbook abuse. That's textbook
Exactly.
abuse.
I'm
But
not
Rob, I
denying
think
that.
what you're
I don't
like
think you're signing up
referring
for that. I don't
to,
think you can take responsibility and sign up. You're signing up for that.
I think, Rob, what you're referring to is a power imbalance in relationships that once you achieve a certain level of, like, I don't know, I guess
Fandom.
fame in your
Yeah,
career,
right.
regardless if you're like a musician, like you can be an author, you can be a politician.
Sure.
If you get into a relationship, even if the person is like of a consenting age, but they're not at the same level that you are emotionally, there is the possibility and a higher possibility that you, the person with this power, can take advantage of this person and kind of skew that relationship. It's kind of like the classic example is like the Bill Clinton, the Monica Lewinsky thing.
Right,
Like it's, she's like the intern and like
Sure.
doesn't have the experience, and then Bill
But do
Clinton's
you not
obviously.
do you not think though, Kristen, at that point when you are in a category like let's break it down to what the reality is.
Yeah, politics is disgusting. So if you sign up for politics and you start dating a politician, then you should just expect him to shit all over you, right? I mean, I guess. Right?
Well, no,
Yeah,
no. It's just like you have to take.
But what I'm saying is,
into account.
I mean, if I revert everything back to a high school mentality of categories and cliques. Like that's really what real life is. Everybody regards themselves in a category of fucking nonsense. So if you know where you're at, right? If you're a cheerleader with somebody who's a jock, if you are with somebody who's in a certain profession because you're with them because they're in a profession where you associate by the rank and file, right? As simplistic as that sounds, and maybe I just see that in a level that is stupid, but that's how I view things. And
I mean,
when you look at somebody who's in that area, and you got involved in some shit. It's terrible. It's unfortunate.
I don't think
it's not acceptable. However, it's very easy.
I don't think you sign up to be
for
afraid.
a majority of people. No, you're not. You're simplifying it to a level where it's not what I'm saying.
These women said that their family would come and be like, "We're concerned. You're not talking to us," and these women would say, "We fear that we would fear that our family would be harmed because he would talk about how he was friends with these gangs
because he has the power at that level of personality.
We'd rather take the abuse than get our families involved in this because we fear for their safety." That's a whole different level, man.
Sure.
That's beyond what you're talking about.
Is it? You're
Yeah,
talking
Yes,
about
you don't sign up for that.
That's like
who
like
doesn't sign up for that?
Anybody
the
who signs
person
up for
who's
that.
being abused doesn't sign up for that.
Someone who goes in.
I mean, I think I get the point. It's like
Pat,
it's
you know
like,
what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. It's like dating Gigi Allen and thinking you're not going to get shit on.
Yeah, but
I mean, like, I get what you're
But
saying,
when
but
people
at the
meet,
same time, the guy's
I'm
a
sure
fucking
that
shit
someone
and he's a predator.
I'm sure someone's
you gotta
like,
get what's coming to him.
but the people that are talking about being with him didn't say like, when we first met and talked for hours, he just recited song lyrics to me and I thought it was so deep. Like they fucking were intimate on a level that like you as a fucking fan aren't intimate with him. They're seeing an actual person, not the guy that you're describing. And that's how it works with every abuser.
But you're leaving out the entities of people who have fetishes. You're leaving out the entity of people who are into certain type of lifestyle.
you mean like BDSM?
Anything.
Even if you're into all that shit.
And that man did not publicly announce that person's into that kind of shit. Like you don't know going.
Being into BDSM has nothing to do with being a rapist. Not even close.
We're not talking about rapes. We're talking about people who go into a lifestyle
with
open to things, and then it turns to
Yeah.
an ugly fucking scenario.
Like they thought it was going to be one thing, but then turned
Right.
out to be
Yeah,
worse.
Right,
but
exactly. Pat-
but
Pat
that's the
knows what the fuck
nature
I'm
of
talking
being an
about, dude.
abuser. That's the nature of being That's the nature of being an abuser. You're able to go into
But
those
you're
types
telling
of
me about a person who's already predating on people. We're talking
Yeah.
about people who are saying, I willfully got into a relationship about things that I knew I was getting into, and then it turned into something different that I didn't expect.
The problem I think with what you're saying is you're talking about people who are they're suffering from certain weaknesses.
Rick, at no time am I defending Marilyn Manson.
No, I know that.
And
that.
at no time am I defending
but we're talking
R.
about
Kelly
people
or
who
Harvey Weinstein. What I'm saying
Sure.
is, think about what it was like living in 2002 and coming across Marilyn Manson. And you're also a adult actor. You're also someone who's involved in it. You're in the limelight. And the person whose music you listen to wants you to come to their house. And then some shit goes down. And you're either into it or you're not into it. And at that time, no one knows. And 20 years later, whether you're into it or not into it, you can decipher that was fucked up at that point.
Yeah. So the difference in this so I understand what you're saying, in terms of
Again, listen,
more casual
I am not
more
at all
casual
defending this piece of shit.
No, I
What
know
I'm
that,
saying-
but if we're talking about more casual and like socially acceptable interactions, what we're talking about here is only different because Evan Rachel Wood has come out and said, I feared for my life. He told me he'd kill me.
Right.
And shit like that. So
like her learning disabled brother is the person that was being threatened.
Right. So he was like threatening her learning disabled brother, like publicly, like, and there's
And
like
that's where it
documentation
turns-
to
that's
back
where-
this up.
That's where it
So
turns the corner.
so we're not
That's-
talking about like, whether or not like I'm not saying this happened. It's just an example, but we're not saying like a guy like Burt Reynolds slapped a woman in the 70s when like everyone thought that was normal, and even other women went to each other and went, well, that's something that just happens sometimes. Not that makes it okay, but you can at least look at the structure of society and think, well, if everyone thought it was okay, why wouldn't you think that's okay to do? Again, it doesn't make it okay. But in this particular case, there are some things that were presented that are way, way, way harsher than just a guy who might be into some fucking nasty shit. It wasn't
I'll
just
take
nasty
this, I'll
shit.
take this as
And this is something, look, man, I can't begin to tell you how much this fucking hurts me to say it, because I loved Marilyn Manson. So for somebody like me, like, there are certain people I look to, and I look at the 90s and shit, and what people thought was a social norm and what was okay and fucking just sincerely fucking wasn't. And I look at the people we looked up to, and I go, in some cases, these people are the only reason why I'm fucking alive. And now I know that this fucking shit was in there. You know what I mean? And it's like, and how did that ripple through a fucking generation and all this other shit, And it's like, so I don't fucking say this with like any like righteousness at all. I loved Marilyn Manson because I didn't feel like I fit the fucking anywhere growing up.
So
I felt like a
Rick,
piece of shit all
Rick,
the
way
time
that-
as a kid.
The way that I hear, the way that I have heard, and Sarah, I'm going to single you out here because I'm going to try to associate with you. In the way that I have heard Sarah over years vent about the way that our government handles medical shit and the way that we deal with things. I personally am in tune with something like this because as a child, I myself was molested as a child. And I lived with something my whole life that I thought, because that shit happened, that was just normal for people in the 80s and 90s, that you had a creepy person here, somebody that did some shit, and I thought that was accepted. I dealt with that my whole life. And it's the first time I come publicly out about that shit, kind of. And those kind of things where when that happens to you as a kid, not once, a couple of fucking times, you kind of think that's normal for a time. And then you start to look at the world differently and you say, well, I see how that could happen there and it be accepted. And I could see how it happens in this mixture of people, and it happens. And I see that happen here. So when people come out and go, yeah, that shit happened to me, I'm like, no doubt, I get it. I know how it happened. I know where it happened. I know in what circumstances it happened. And when it applies to music, or it applies to a simple family relationship, or it occurs in any system of life, I get it because I lived it. I fucking lived it, and I accepted it as something that happened normally to people. I thought it just happened because that's the kind of people you lived around. And as I encountered other people who were like, yeah, that happened to me, I looked at it and was like, yeah, it happened to me too. And I totally get how it happened. Being an educated person, I started to add other shit to it. The psychology, the sociology, all of the shit. And being a member of the musical community, I'm not just saying, yeah, that dude fucking did that because that's what happened, and they bit off more than they could chew and they understood it. I know what he took advantage of, and I know the person's thought process that went into what happened. I was there multiple motherfucking times, and that's a scary
But are you
thing.
suggesting that the victim takes some level of blame for their actions by getting involved, though? I mean, that's kind of what I think you're alluding to, and I'm wondering now.
What I'm telling you is I'm a fucking victim, and what
No, I
I'm
know
telling
you're a
you is
victim,
that
but
at
you-
the end
but
of the
you-
fucking day,
But do you blame
some
yourself?
people-
Do you blame yourself for putting yourself in that situation?
No, I'm telling
then-
you, you live your life every day blaming yourself. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, somebody took advantage of that. And that person isn't just a predator. It's a predator with a nationalistic name and a genre of music and lifestyle that exhibits those type of fucking personalities that are easily taken advantage of. Those are people that are looking for that kind of shit at 13 and 14. Not the sexual shit, but the acceptance. And the acceptance by a mega icon, I'm not denying the predatory aspect of them. But what I'm saying is, if you're going into that, willfully knowing you're a fan of that kind of shit, you know what the lifestyle comes with, because more than not, you've researched it. You're involved in that lifestyle.
I don't know, man. Like I said, my perception of that scene and that quote unquote lifestyle in that scene, there was some outliers, but most of the people that were in that scene were genuine, good-hearted people.
Exactly. Yeah,
There's
that's how I
nothing
see it. Like
about
when you
being-
say like
you're tying
involved in
in
that
good-
lifestyle, for most of the people that like that music, like all that stuff, they're just like normal dudes that hang out with their friends and bullshit. And when they meet a fucking musician who's bigger than they are, but also talking about the same sort of lyrics that maybe they might be in a band also, whatever, or the same music sound, or whatever the fuck it is. Like all they think is we met people that like maybe we could be like one day, like our music could be
I
popular, whatever.
100% disagree with you. And I'll tell you why. Because I have spent the last 3 years going to This Is Hardcore in Philadelphia, and that is it's the best group of people I've met in my life. I have spent the last probably total 7 years going to that. And the people that run that, the whole entire program, are probably the most reputable people in the tri-state area of hardcore. And they preach they have to preach on a stage every year. There are females here.
Mm-hmm.
Treat them with respect. Don't take advantage of them. Don't play into their, want to be part of this scene. And the fact that people have to stand on that stage, which I am applauding 100%, I love them to death for doing that. But there has been an enriched system of patriarchy and misogynistic ideology in that music for many years. And I accept that as a person that's part of that music scene, to have to kind of defend. That's something that's bothered me. As a person that's both been in my past had issues with that, but not in that scene, and then come into that scene and know that it is a well-known fucking problem. There are bands I loved for years where people who haven't ever been perceived as a problem and behind the scenes had all kinds of issues, had all kinds of problems with that kind of shit, where it's understandable where that turned as a psychology.
Yeah.
That's where the mental state comes into. But
It's
I'll tell you
not-
right now, we have dealt for fucking a decade now within our scene having to fight that. I've watched them on stage. People have to preach to large scale populations. Please stop fucking doing this to the female population that come out here, because there's already a pre-perceived notion that you can in any way, shape, or form be predatory towards that.
Yeah, but Rob, that's
If that
not
was happening in the
exclusive.
Gothic scene, that was happening behind the scenes in a big way. That was not in the forefront. I don't
I
think.
don't believe that. I don't believe
Rob,
that at all.
I don't think that that's exclusive to the hardcore scene. I have to say,
I don't
As-
either. I don't either.
as someone who's been to many hardcore shows in my life, as someone who's gone to hip hop concerts, big hip hop concerts, seen Odd Future, have seen people be groped, have seen people be forcefully touched, have helped pull women out of
Kristen,
nightclubs.
is that not
and-
part and parcel of having the notoriety and the status that you have?
Yes and no.
Talking
Because-
about a rap culture that talks about slapping asses and snorting coke off people's fucking,
Yes and no.
you know,
There's misogyny exists in almost every faction of our society as we know it. You can go to a religious service, like a church service, a youth camp. Actually, one of the biggest theological apologists, we just found out that he was actually raping women and no one had a fucking clue about it. That exists in every function of society. Anywhere you go, it's not it's not exclusive to the hardcore scene. It's
no,
not
what I'm
exclusive to
saying
the-
is that in a music scene where things are shot out to a certain extreme,
Mhm.
right? Where in a rap scene, women are, glorified and then
Well,
turned
there's
into,
hip hop that's not. I mean, early Odd Future. I don't know if you guys know Odd Future, like Tyler Creator, but there's plenty of hip hop that's out there that's just as extreme as some of the hardcore that's out there, and has as much angst and has as much
Yeah.
anger behind it. I understand what you're saying, and
I'm talking
isn't
about
a-
things that get popularized.
it's an aggressive
The aggressive
music scene.
polarization kind of in politics does not
Yeah.
get glorified the way that the sexual shit does.
No, of course not. But what I'm trying to say is the aggressive sexual shit is in EDM music, it's in hip hop, it's in metal, it's
all of it,
in
of
country,
course.
it's all over the place.
I was
But-
just using that example
Yeah.
to suggest that in 1999 or 2004 or whenever Christine,
Kristen.
whoever is it, no, not you. No, I
Oh.
mean the person that was dating Marilyn Manson.
Evan Rachel Wood.
Evan
Yeah.
Rachel Wood. That's I don't know why I said Kristen. I thought it was Christine. Evan Rachel Wood. I watch Westworld, which is terrible that I can't remember her name. But when she was a child, she was a minor.
She's not that much older than I am.
But Rick, you remember 1998, and you remember what it was to want to be around. I mean, I went to concerts where Rammstein jerked off into the crowd, and
man.
the sexual expressiveness of it was,
Yeah.
they're German.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it acceptable.
No, but
I
there were a lot
watched
of
the lead
accepted
singer-
excuses.
Dude,
Accepted
I watched the
excuses,
lead-
Rob.
I watched the lead singer ass fuck the keyboardist
Yeah,
on a
sure.
concert stage.
I remember, yeah.
Ramenstein did this?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right before they played before Limp Bizkit and
Du
Korn.
Hast,
year
Du
was
Hast is about him waking up
Yeah.
and watching his brother jerk off in the bed
so,
next door.
So
Like,
when I'm talking, Rick, do you understand what I'm saying? And I know Pat does too. I'm not trying to bring in this idea of saying no, let him go. I wholeheartedly believe that motherfucker should be charged with shit because he did unforgetful things to people. He took it to an extreme. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is you put yourself in the arena to know that that was a possibility with a psycho motherfucker that you watched on stage.
So hold on. So let me answer that. Let me answer for just a second. Hold on. Hold on. So
the implication is just that base everything about what a person could be on their art. Like we don't look super great on all talk sometimes. It's just insane to like if you listen to Ice in the Face, you could come out from that and be like, I could see one of them being a murderer. Like, where does it stop? Like, of course it gets more theatrical. He's getting more money thrown at him left and right.
You running a podcast and him being a national celebrity, international fucking icon
shows why he is.
Yeah, but how did he become that? How did he become that icon?
People loving that shit. People loving that shit for what he
putting themselves in the arena. I think is
how many people loved Marilyn. How many people loved Marilyn Manson's music, and how many people loved the lifestyle?
I loved what Marilyn Manson represented. What Marilyn Manson represented was pissing off.
No, I love the music.
Pissing off the norm because we thought the norm was more destructive than the alternative.
Rob,
and he
honestly
represented that.
You read through that. That's a very intellectual interpretation.
Hold on, though, man. People I knew who liked Marilyn Manson back in the day referred to him as Reverend Manson or Mr. Manson. They weren't just dickhead mall fans. Like these are people who fucking engaged in a philosophy of the other. Now I agree with you that fucking the rules were fucking looser and the social norms were looser, but like
Rick,
ultimately,
all you're doing by your statement right there is supporting my fact.
Which is what?
Well, let me tear that down. Let me tear you down then a little bit here, Rob, because as a musician, as somebody who never gave a fuck about what the lyrics were of any goddamn song, because I'm in it for the actual music orchestration of it, right?
Yeah, because vocals aren't music.
In the early days of Manson, Trent was sitting right next to him, composing a lot of what Manson was doing, and I was there. My idolization of that music was the technical talent that went behind it. That I could see the roots of how Trent Reznor was advancing Pro Tools in its day. You know what I mean? Like that was why
you're isolating Trent Reznor, though. You're not...
through Marilyn Manson, I'm isolating Trent Reznor. Yeah.
Who has alienated himself from Marilyn Manson?
He has.
Eventually, yes.
Can I read some comments?
But that doesn't mean that I can disregard that entire scene of people. But look, the second, and again, this is more news to me that Manson was 38 dating an 18-year-old, and it's more news to me how I knew Trent Reznor isolated himself from Manson, but I didn't know to what degree. He didn't really publicly talk about the reasons why. As far as I know, it wasn't publicized to the point where it came across my desk. But so I still had an appreciation for Manson up until all this news broke because of Trent finding a talent with his voice. Because you can't argue that Manson has a strong, unique vocal.
Totally,
it's 100%.
Nobody sounds like Marilyn Manson. Nobody,
and it fits that style of composition. So it was a good marriage for that style of composition. And I appreciated that as a musician, as the technical end of writing music, composing music, and figuring out shit. That was my whole, that has been my only appreciation to music is the actual, it's never, I can hardly ever understand what people are singing when they're singing lyrics.
That's never how I viewed Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, well, that's the way I did, man.
Hold on, let me read some comments.
Kind of what I was getting at was you're talking about it from an outside perspective.
No,
and
I'm not.
That's
no,
how
I'm not.
People.
I
you are
Manson.
In the sense that you weren't like a giant. Like you don't sound like.
I own Manson albums. I'm not taking it from perspective of being like the Maury Povich person who was judging Marilyn Manson. I'm telling you, as someone who loved what Marilyn Manson was doing musically. And knew that if you got involved in that shit, bad shit was gonna fucking happen.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. What you're saying sounds like what parents tell their kids about what kids to stay away from. Than it does reality of our lives.
I knew that if you were going to be involved in that scene, there was a stigma. There was something that was going on.
But there's a stigma for every scene.
Sure
Most
there
of
is.
those aren't fucking true.
That's
And
what
What was happening in the 90s that made all this shit
I
pop
disagree
off?
that most of them are not true. I think most of them are true.
Okay, well, I
Is
guess
it-
that's really the crux of our disagreements between is really that I think is really the bottom line of where me and you and Stones are disagreeing on.
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly think that the stigmas and stereotypes that go along with musical fans tend to balance out more so than not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't-
then I guess like that just leads to shit like the West Memphis 3 and fucking bullies and everything else. It's just believing like, well, he listens to this, so he has to be one of those freaks. He has to
Yes.
fucking be doing that. He has to be worshiping the demons and all this crazy shit. None of that is true. Mostly it's just lonely kids that were like, wow, I heard this one thing and it stuck out. Now let me go listen to some more. And that's pretty much it. That's 99% of those people. Not like, oh man, I want to rape kids. Let's listen to this music.
I
'cause
mean
that's
that
what makes
that
me
logic
think of-
is equivalent to saying that I sent my kid to 12 years of public school and they came out educated.
Dude, I went to audio engineering school and learned how Trent Reznor advanced Pro Tools, and for Trent Reznor to align himself with Marilyn Manson was such a a stargaze for me, dude. Like I'm lost with your with the thought here that I was
Stargaze. I'm reading the comments right now. So, let's see. Mike Pepe said Fred Durst, anger and talent. Robert Emma Kelly said R. Kelly is unfortunately named. He used his position of power to prey on vulnerable youth. Plenty of country artists did the same thing. So did a lot of people. It is common among the powerful. You are unfamiliar with the fetish scene. No, it's not the scene, it's the individuals. Mike Pepe said you gotta hit him with a suck full of oranges. Let's see. Robert M. Kelly, he's obviously mentally ill because he didn't think what he was doing was wrong. He's mentally ill. Mike Pepe said, like Cosby or R. Kelly. Robert M. Kelly said, or Harvey Weinstein or any casting couch. Eesh.
Casting.
Damn.
Why?
Mike
He's
Pepe
not
said,
wrong.
damn.
He's not wrong, dude.
And they should all be locked up forever. Adults must assume responsibility not to prey on someone. And that's really, I think, the ultimate fucking truth here. Is if you're, and that's the sad part. If you're willing to admit that you should have been more responsible, then the truth is you fucking should have been more responsible. And I think that's the bottom line. And if you're not, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Learn and do better.
Parents of the girl that let that happen, or Marilyn Manson?
Okay,
Well, I
there
don't
he
know.
goes.
I think that we
Right.
can.
So
I think that we
full
can agree that
circle.
there are different levels of fucking wisdom going into certain
Dude,
situations.
this is like, I'm sorry, this is starting to sound like the conversation of someone was raped, well, what was she wearing? That's what
Yeah,
this whole
victim
conversation
blaming.
sounds
I
like.
kinda-
Not even close.
Sorry,
Been
dude.
Not
thinking
even
about it for like an
close.
hour.
Not even
I'm
close.
sorry, when you say you know the
I've-
arena you're getting into, to me that rings a hell of a lot like
Not
what
even
was she
close.
wearing?
Not
I
even
mean, there was a whole thing in like the early 2000s, or I guess the late 2000s, like when I was in high school, and everybody wanted to be sad and wanted to be emo
sure.
and wanted to be depressed all the fucking time. And it was cool to be emo and to I like just be really hard on your own mental health. And a lot of kids that I went to high school with had actual mental health issues.
Sure.
And it was something that like the music at the time was all about like heartbreak and like feeling sad and oh, I don't fit in and I'm depressed. My parents suck. And like the famous like emo pop punk thing is like, I want to get out of my town.
Good shit, for sure.
Good-
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah.
But there was also, it was also like popular. Like being emo was like cool.
Kristen,
was like-
is it not also vulnerability though?
It was vulnerability, but what I'm trying to say is like that when I was in high school was like in. It was like the popular thing to do was to not fit in, was to like be weird and be sad and be different. And you had all these bands that played to that. And then like when the whole Me Too shit erupted, which it had to because there
You
needed
re-
to be this
you
societal
recognize how many
reckoning.
of those bands, though, that have members that took advantage of your vulnerability based on the genre of music they were playing?
Not based on the genre of music, based on the vulnerability of people, and they got what they wanted out of people that they knew they can get what they wanted to, if that makes
Understood.
sense. They
Understood.
knew who they could prey on.
Sure.
I don't
Listen.
think that it's necessarily the fault of the person for going into a certain type of scene.
No, but it's
And
not
every
the scene. It's
scene
not
of
the scene of people
everything
Yeah.
who
everywhere has people who are fans who are easy to prey on, who have low
Yeah,
self-esteem.
every single.
And I think
everything.
that particular market, for some reason, in its commercialism, includes people who feel like they're at the bottom of the fucking barrel all the time.
My point.
But I
exactly.
also feel
Yeah.
like I've also been to fucking writers' conferences where there are new writers who would drop to their knees and suck the dick of a fucking 83-year-old just
Exactly.
because they think that that's gonna fucking get them something, and that's not. It's up. Unfortunately, it's sort of
Yeah.
up to the 83-year-old to be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't suck my dick because I'm taking advantage of the fact that you're not
You're not capable
capable
of,
of
making a
fucking
decision.
understanding this, and I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be because I've been on the planet for 83 fucking years.
That's really the crux of this whole issue, and it goes across all scenes, music, whatever profession you decide to go into or whatever. It's really just consent, and it's not just like regular ass consent. Like, we as a society have no fucking clue what it means to give informed consent. And it's like, to me, it blows my mind that we have gotten this far and not realize, like, hey, maybe the person that I'm choosing to engage in, whether it's like a fetish type of relationship or a normal fucking type of relationship, maybe I should ask them if they're okay with this. Like, it's wild to me that we've gotten here where that's such a weird with this. Before we do this, is it all right if I compliment you? Is it okay if we take this further? Is it okay that, like, you're entering into this relationship or whatever act that we're about to do? Like, to me, that's the crux of the problem. And I think that there are people out there, predators, who have banked on other people's inability to comprehend consent. If that makes sense.
Can I just say that in terms of objectively looking at history and the way that the world thinks in 1980 and 1990 and 2000, what is the level of, I hate saying this because it sounds so terrible, but it's objective, like,
go for it.
What we look at the 1950, my biggest critique of Make America Great Again was in 1950. As I said in the chat today, like 3:00 this afternoon, I was like, you bitches know your place. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes to Make America Great Again, that's what it was. It was like,
Right.
You get back in the kitchen and put your dress on and make my dinner. And, the colored people know their status in life, like crazy shit that I thought 1950s America, that I know for a fact 1950s and 1960s America looked like. When it comes to 1990s, 1995, 1998, 2000, what was accepted as a societal abnormality and a fetish that was welcomed by Hot Topic and people who, I mean, it was pushed out there as the anti-normal, where people bought into it. And Rick, we played music in it. You know what I mean? Like,
100% we did, and I'll tell you what, man. I think there was a
money off
threshold.
of it, but we definitely thought that we fought.
No,
I mean,
I get what you mean, man. It was almost
I vented through it.
it was almost a rite of passage to be a deplorable piece of shit for a lot of people at the time.
And some people, though, in your genre, in my genre, and that's the only reason I brought that shit up, is that in those particular genres,
yeah,
there are bands where people
Sure.
were like, "You don't like yourself? Shit."
There
And the lead
was
singer, the
but there
bassist,
was
the
a whole
guitarist,
thing where it was
drummer-
like, there was a sort of rage against a Christian, what we considered to be an uptight Christian society, and it was like being a piece of shit sort of counteracted that.
And while you were doing that, you're prey. You're prey.
But so is everybody. I don't know, man. But I still think it takes a certain kind of person.
What I'm saying is, in every musical genre, people find a connectivity to that. In that particular genre, that guy marketed that type of lifestyle.
I will say that suicide and things like that were glorified a lot. I feel like in some ways,
sexual promiscuity,
sure,
sexual
all band, a lot of different
like
kinds
everything.
of bands.
The hedonistic kind of.
But I don't know if that was to shape a society or if that was a legitimate personal fucking take. No, yeah, I don't need to do that. Yeah.
Hedonism or overly sexualness, any of those things, they're not synonymous with rapists to me.
They're not synonymous with Marilyn Manson.
I went away for part of Jenna Torture's tour with them because I was with the opening band. And Jenna Torture's, if you don't know who they are, is a really famous metal band that is a BDSM act on stage. Like, you know, a chick peeing on the dude and chains and fucking whatever. And let me tell you something, dude. Backstage, first of all, everyone's naked backstage just because they're in between getting things ready for the next whatever. And I've never met a group of people that were more asking you, like exactly what Kristen said, asking your permission for literally every fucking thing that they did, that they touched. Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to really say this, but like, part of their stage act is that one of the chick pees on the dude, okay? She had something inside her that she squeezed and it like squirted out. The last show that we were at, she had to pee, but she didn't have time and she accidentally really peed on him. And after that show was over, she could not stop apologizing to him because she felt so fucking bad that she had actually peed on him when he didn't know that that's what was coming. And of course he's like, dude, it's fine, like whatever, but like she felt so bad, like it was such a violation and it was totally by accident. And like, you would look at that band and be like, oh, well, if you fucking wanted to be in a relationship with one of them, you know what you're getting into. And it's like, that's an outside perspective. Because
okay, so for the limited amount of people that know those people close, what do you think their fans see?
They see a woman who is openly singing about sex and they like the freedom that it implies. That's
what you assume 100% of those fans.
No, what you didn't ask me what 100% of the fans.
Yeah, and we've never said 100% about fan base at all through any of this.
No 100% of any fan base.
Okay, so out of 100% of people who love a certain genre, and 6 or 7 people that got involved in some shitty circumstances, where do you hold that? Where do you hold that in validity, and where do you hold that in?
I would say, first of all, that I would never in a million years call them people that got themselves into that situation, ever. And secondly, I would say if you're an adult and you know how to control your dick and you know how to control your hands and you know what you would or wouldn't want done to you, it's 100% your responsibility to not do it to anyone else. If a woman walks down the street fucking naked, screaming on the top of her lungs, fuck me in every hole right now, it is not her fucking fault if she gets raped. It is the rapist's fault. And that's the way it should fucking always be looked at. It doesn't matter what color her fucking underwear on. It doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter if she was in the bad part of town. None of that fucking matters, because all that implies is that if she was wearing nicer clothes, then at least the rape could be passed on to the next chick. No one ever stops to think that maybe the dude shouldn't be the fucking abuser, or whoever the abuser is, a female, a male, whatever. No one put themselves in that situation. They ended up in that situation after trusting someone and believing this guy trusts me enough to be real with me. Well, that wasn't real. He was just fucking pretending in order to fucking rape you. So no, they didn't put themselves
I'm with you on that, Sarah.
What?
Yeah,
I'm with you
100%.
I'm with you
I mean-
100%.
Me too, but where's the self-responsibility and survivability of somebody? Like, why are you being trusting with this person to begin with?
Because they
even the
put you
person,
in a
hold on,
position.
Pat.
Like, dude, anybody that you look at as questionable, that person has like 50 people that trust them. Like,
even if you're the woman,
like, listen, let's be honest. Stones look shady to a lot of people. But there's people like us who know that he's a good guy. Like, so
Yeah, but isn't that part of psychology and evolution? Isn't that like part of just the human brain?
no, wait, Pat.
No.
Sarah brought up a great example.
I did.
Sarah brought up a great example. If you're walking down the street as a woman naked, screaming "fuck me" in every hole, it's still not the woman's responsibility for getting raped, because when the guy comes up to her and she says no, and he does it anyway, it's on him. He's the fucking
even deeper than that.
Yeah,
If you're the
that's
fucking
the
guy and you
person
see
on-
somebody
okay, hold
suffering
on.
from that
No,
level
that's
of mental
fine.
illness in
But
public, you're not
that's an
supposed to take
attack.
advantage of it.
That's an attack versus you giving your trust to somebody else, and then
Look, man, look,
your trust.
We all
Pat,
live
that's
within the
like-
boundaries of a society, and that society
Like,
has certain rules
there's
that
the
we all
whole-
typically
the
abide
whole
by. Even the most
thing with
fucking extreme
that.
of us abide by it. If a woman's walking down the fucking street naked screaming fuck me, and you fuck her, you've still kind of taken advantage of somebody who's having a fucking mental breakdown, probably.
Yeah, shit. I'm not arguing that.
No,
I'm
I was
saying-
answering Rob, not you.
Probably
That's a
opens
completely
the
different
floodgates
situation. That's an
of
attack onto the street. You don't know this person. You don't care to know them. This over here is you like this person. You want to get to know them, and you put your trust in them, and now they fucked you over.
I
So-
That's the
suppose-
same as
I
that's the
think
same
it's
as saying
a
that's like
separate
almost
situation.
legitimizing like what happens with a date rape. You trust this person, you go on a date with them, you have a great time, you go up to their house, you're almost ready to get naked, you're already naked, your clothes are off, and then once the second happens where the person has, whoever the participant is, has a second of hesitation, your responsibility is to say, wait a second, are you comfortable with this? Can we continue? If not, okay, great, have a good night, see you later. And that's it. Move on.
I agree.
That's the issue there is with informed consent that people don't understand. It's literally, is this person capable of giving me consent right now? Are they lucid?
No, but what
Are
Pat's
they
saying, I think,
in
is
the
that
In the 90s, there was
is
no
saying that this
consent
trust
shit.
informed consent.
No, I understand that. And that goes
What
back
if that
to
was part of the fantasy?
if that goes back to what I was saying
I don't know.
before.
Any
Like
type
don't
of-
know
any
what the fuck
type
happens,
of- any
really.
type of
I have no
relationship
idea.
that has
These
fantasies
things
that involve
change.
that have fucking safety nets. Like, there is no fucking thing where it's like, listen, I want a fantasy that's so real that literally for years you're raping me, and it's not until 20 years later that I realized that was part of the fantasy.
That's not
Like-
a fantasy for some people though.
In relationships where things like that are fantasies, they have consent and they talk
Yeah.
about it, and they say, this is the level to which I want to take it. I don't want this being done to me. I will scream this word and you will stop, and shit like that. Like, it's not a situation where it's like I have a fantasy to be locked in a basement. for
It's
a
not an
decade and
unspoken
not-
agreement.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
But that's not what that person dealt with. That's what somebody else dealt with. That's with another person's claim. Like, when you're talking about individual experiences and the way people experience that one person, there are different levels of who that person becomes over years of being able to get away with that behavior.
Yeah, that being able to get away with the behavior just came down to having money and having power, and that's
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much
but
what
not
it comes
within
down
the,
to.
but not within the scope of a specific genre, because we've already explored the fact that this crosses all barriers, including fucking
Understood.
religions. and
Dude,
Understood that it
I've
crosses.
come to realize in life that
excuse me.
But yeah,
You can
my
have-
main point is simply no, they weren't fucking asking for it to literally any degree at all, not even the tiniest, smallest fucking percent possible.
You're 16 years old in 1998 and you're a fan of fucking Marilyn Manson and he's got you at his mansion and you're not going to do anything Marilyn Manson asks for.
Yeah, but isn't that? But that's exactly the problem.
How is that asking?
That's exactly the
be
problem.
I'm not
though.
saying you're asking for it. What I'm saying is that's where the predatory
Yes.
dives
Yeah.
into
Yes.
lifestyle is what I'm saying is that person knows they have the power to live out the fantasy that their persona is. And that's where he crossed a boundary. Where I'm saying is you have the access to anyone you want because of your superstardom, but your lifestyle that is personified by your mega stardom is what people are attracted to. Not because you're fucking Marilyn Manson, but because of what you personify as Marilyn Manson. So whether you are Brian Warner at home or not, and you crawl up on the couch and cuddle like a bear, or you have a sadomasochistic fucking relationship with somebody, what I'm saying is that personification can be emulated across the boundary line, and it should be accepted. Not that I'm saying it should be. What I'm saying is at that point, that person got attracted to you for what you personified as the person being glorified on stage.
I don't agree
persona.
with you. I don't agree with you because
You
you
think
actually
a person goes to somebody's apartment or hotel thinking, I'm going to sleep with Brian Warner, not Marilyn Manson?
no, actually, if you actually read through all of the fucking allegations, they are all very eerily similar. We're not talking about tons of allegations from people who were like, I was a lifelong Marilyn Manson fan, and then one day he found that out and then took advantage of me. It was nothing like that. You're talking about people who are like behind the scenes hairdressers, models, people who are, parallel.
I get it.
But definitely not even one person was like, I've never even heard his music before until when I met him. I had no idea what he even fucking sounds like. And
you're simplifying it like if you're around Snoop Dogg, you smoke weed. Like that's what you do.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh shit.
I don't know if it's that simple, but
it's the
Why would
responsibility
you
of the
want to smoke
person.
weed with Snoop Dogg though?
I'm not. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I actually don't. Because I
Piss,
feel
I'll
like
be
it's
right back.
become so mainstream to smoke weed with Snoop Dogg that I don't want to smoke weed with Snoop Dogg. I'm actually anti-smoking weed with Snoop Dogg because I think it's so popularized that it'd probably be the worst weed possible.
And Rob, now picture Snoop Dogg. He's like, oh, you don't want to smoke weed? That's cool, man. We could just hang out. You hang out with him for like a month or two, and he tells you his whole life story. And then next thing you know, he's jamming a joint down your throat like his cock.
100%. 100% down for it. That's where I'm different than other people. Then at that point, sure, whatever.
It's the responsibility of the person who's taking on the persona to not take advantage of people.
Understood.
It's not the it's.
But
I mean,
is there not, Kristen, as a point of? I think it comes down to a point of demagoguery. You realize you have the power, and you can do what you want, and that person is there, subservient to you.
You're talking about a sociopath, then.
Yes.
Somebody who
What,
just
is there
doesn't
not
think.
so? Is it not all sociopathic when you get to that level? I mean, you're at a point where you're untouchable.
I mean, to a
You're
certain
an icon.
to a certain extent, I mean, for some people, yeah, but that's not. I mean, you don't just wake up one day and decide to be a sociopath. It's not. It's something that's
I think that's a product of society for the last 4,000 years. Is that sociopathic?
Can I tell you something super ironic about the Jenna torture story? That night, it was like pouring rain, so we ended up just sitting on the Jenna Torturers tour bus because it was fucking huge. And Jen was in the bathroom getting ready to run out because she had to go do an interview for VH1 because they were doing a documentary about Marilyn Manson.
That's pretty funny. Oh my gosh.
Fucking weird.
What the fuck happened in the 90s that got everybody so fucked up?
Suburbia.
It's
It was
just
Suburbia.
fault.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Suburbia was probably the problem. Isolation from diversity and just a desire to be different than other people. I mean, it was cookie cutter. There was 30 years of cookie cutter lifestyle that brought people out to be eccentric. And again, I have to reiterate, I'm not trying to offend anybody in my devil's advocacy here. What I'm saying is that when you look at that genre and you look at the people who were living in that area at that time with what was going on, I mean, he was a controversial icon. And
I
for,
mean, he
for
was,
a
but he was
reason of being,
controversial to the people you guys just complained about. He was controversial to the fucking suburbians you guys are talking about. He wasn't controversial within people that liked, you know, industrial or even metal or any of those things. He was just another fucking musician.
I didn't view him as that. I knew what he was. I knew what he was when I was in the middle. I was listening to Pantera and Nirvana when Marilyn Manson was the extreme of that
Was
genre
Manson
of
really that
music.
extreme?
That was, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
during the
God, he was on
Antichrist
every
Superstar
fucking news
days, it
channel
was
for
fucked
7
up, yeah.
fucking years straight.
Yeah, Antichrist
was-
Superstar. He was like, even your grandmother knew who the fuck Marilyn Manson was.
Yeah, man.
Because he was in the news all the time. There were these rumors that he was fucking people on stage. There were rumors he had ribs removed so he could blow
I
himself.
remember those. Yeah.
There was, you know, and he would literally. The thing about Marilyn Manson was he would literally cut himself on stage.
Yeah, man.
And there was a generation that took something away from that because we were like, oh, this isn't the fake fucking hair metal of the fucking 80s. Like,
Yeah, but he was just a different generation's fucking Alice Cooper and shit.
No
like
doubt.
That. Like,
no
I
doubt,
don't
yeah,
believe that.
but tell that to a
No
15-year-old
doubt
who's seen it for
fucking
the
doubt.
first time. A 15-year-old
I
seeing
don't
that for the first time thinks this is the first fucking time. This is when he bleeds on stage, he fucking bleeds on stage.
Right. That was impactful in 1992 and 1993, dude. It's not Alice Cooper.
Holy shit.
It's
I
nowhere
was
near
born in
Alice
92.
Cooper.
Yeah, and you know what people want now? Here's what people want now, and they're right to want it. They want something that's intellectual. They want something that tells you something you don't really understand. They want something that's going to make you think. It's the reason why we listen to good hip hop. Everybody in this fucking show listens to good hip hop. And we do it because we want something that's fucking going to say something that, like, is amazing. You know what I mean? Even if they say something that's been said 1,000 times, but say it in an amazing way, like, we're looking for that now. But I do think that
Again,
part
I
of
don't
that,
listen to lyrics.
the roots of debauchery was certainly part of that growth. Debauchery in music. I don't know. I mean, you could take that all the way back to punk.
It's so weird because like
Lyrics are never that
now,
impactful.
But that
so
still
many-
doesn't make that's still not an excuse to fucking, you know, abuse anybody.
no, I just like it's so weird because like I was born in '92, but like
Holy
whoops.
shit.
But yeah, sorry, but like I like remember being in like middle school, like 6th grade, and they were like, don't, like I went to a Baptist school, like Christian school, so they were like, don't listen to that Manson, he's a bad character. And I was like, all right, cool. And then like in my, you know, like like later on in high school, I was like, I like this Manson guy. He's got some good, got some good slaps on here.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, Mom, you know, look at this music I'm listening to. And she was like, you can't listen to that. He's
Right.
bad. And now that's my context. And then like later on, now you have like all these other like 2 or 3 years ago, like a bunch of hip hop artists were like, we love Marilyn Manson. I think it was like, I don't know, like fucking Lil Yachty or something. And they were like, we want him to come to our hip hop concert. And like he like popped up again for a little
Yeah.
bit. And then
He's done that
all
over
this-
and over for decades.
yeah, and then all this shit happened, and I was like, oh, well, I guess he was a piece of shit.
I know, right? That's the worst fucking part, dude.
Yeah.
The
well,
worst fucking part. They said he was a piece of shit and they were right. Damn it.
I was like, man, my mom was right about something, I guess.
Fuck.
But it's so, I mean, it's just like, it's weird to me. I had no idea that he was that, like, impactful.
He was huge.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea, man. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no.
like Limp Bizkit. Like, people don't fucking realize how famous.
He got breast implants.
Oh my fucking god! With Limp Bizkit, would you fucking stop?
Manson left a bigger mark than Limp Bizkit. Absolutely.
Manson left a bigger mark. There's a question for Twitter. Who left a
If
bigger
we're gonna
mark?
do comparisons, if you want to do an internet poll between Fred Durst fans and Marilyn Manson fans, Rick, you're gonna lose that all fucking day.
Yeah, all day.
How do I
Okay.
lose?
Stop comparing stop comparing a band that had 8 fans to a band that had 39.
I would say Korn.
The one
Yeah, man.
glorified year of Limp Bizkit was the year that Method Man did a song with Fred Durst. That was the only time.
Hey, look,
People
man.
were
Let me
like,
tell you something.
yeah.
Both of them moved musical cultures.
Oh my god.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Believe
Where's
it or
that
not.
culture now? Where is Limp Bizkit's musical
It's
culture? Rick?
memes, man.
It's in
There's
dubstep.
metal.
Wait
Wait a minute.
Posting stupid memes on the internet.
Marilyn Manson and gothic culture is never going to die. Limp
You know what,
Bizkit's
though?
culture
I'm sorry,
died.
dude. I think EDM
That's for sure.
and dubstep and trap culture has a lot to fucking do with the darker fucking tones of Korn, Limp
the
Bizkit, Marilyn
fuck-
Manson, and I
get
think a
the
lot of that.
fuck
And you
outta
watch a lot of those fucking artists. You know what they're wearing? Korn shirts and
Yes,
9 Inch
they
Nails
are.
shirts,
Out of here.
Korn released an EDM album in 2012,
and it was good as
bought it,
fuck.
And it was excellent. That's
Yes.
right.
Comparing
I
Jonathan
love
Davis's
Korn.
comparing Jonathan Davis's work to Fred Durst's work is apples and oranges.
Hey, look, man.
I
Look,
don't know.
Fred Durst is
Hey, Fred Durst is a revolutionary.
yeah, man. $3
Fred
bills
Durst
changed the
is
world.
Vanilla Ice. Fred Durst is the Vanilla Ice.
Oh, get
of
the fuck
good
out of here,
music.
man.
But Vanilla Ice was way bigger than Fred Durst.
Fred Durst has 3 albums less than Vanilla Ice.
Listen, guys. It's like almost.
Fred Durst has 3 reality shows less than Vanilla Ice.
Oh, man.
And he also has 9 court cases less than Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, no shit. That's the other thing, man. Fred Durst is, turns
Give
out
it
he's not
time.
that bad of a guy.
Give it time.
He was a
If
piece
you
of
think-
shit to a degree, but there was, a degree that sort of people let shit slide a little bit
Right,
because
so he was a piece of shit to celebrities, so it doesn't matter because whoever he shit on then,
I don't know.
it doesn't matter.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
All he wanted was a Pepsi.
All I had was the Family Values Tour VHS tape.
What?
That's all I had.
Can I tell you?
I'll tell you who never fucked with nobody. Zach De La Roca.
That's right.
Yeah.
Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Guys, it's
I
almost.
wish I. Oh.
Go
I
ahead.
wish I could have had. I'm sorry. You said Family Values Tour.
Yeah.
And I just was like, oh my god, I wish I could have been alive for that, but I wasn't.
Dude,
That
let me
must
tell
have
you
been,
something.
like,
There are shows that people tell me about that she went to. You went to, was it 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie?
Me?
Yes,
For what?
for the Closer tour.
For what are you talking about?
Music. You went to 9 Inch Nails and
I
David.
went to the Downward Spiral. I saw the Downward Spiral tour.
She went to the Downward Spiral tour for 9 Inch Nails, and I just could not fucking imagine.
Oof.
That Marilyn Manson opened. It was like their first time playing, basically.
Your mic's not on.
Oh, sorry.
Marilyn Manson opened for that. It was like their first time playing a tour, like playing a big tour. Like they have played their own shows in Florida.
Yeah.
Before
Remember the second Woodstock? Remember
I
that?
almost went to the second Woodstock. Not the second one, not 94, 99 I almost went to. But my car wouldn't make it.
Oh.
I had a
I had
1980 Cutlass
right there,
Supreme
too.
with a 297 in it, which is like the smallest 8-cylinder engine they made, and it was a piece of shit. And it had a stereo system in it with a black light.
And the blinkers were green.
The blinkers were green. And it wouldn't make it to upstate New York because it kept overheating like every 10 miles. but I wanted to go.
Have you guys seen the upcoming lineup in Alabama in September? The bands that are playing at I know it sounds outlandish, but I just got the update of it from one of my bandmates, and it's insane. There's a show going on for 3 days. There's a festival going on for 3 days in Alabama, and it's in September, and it's pretty much my entire 1995 to 2001 playlist. It is called, hold on.
What is
It's
it?
a good
Just
tour
like
name.
all metalcore bands?
It is called Furnace Fest.
Oh, you're definitely metalcore.
Read the comments.
A lot of prepositional phrases there. Let's see. Snoop doesn't smoke with minors. It was not the 90s. Charlie Manson was not a 90s guy. Maryland chose Manson as his paradigm. Artist Limp Bizkit. Venue. Hold on. I have to open this up. Artist Limp Bizkit. Venue Monterrey, Mexico. Date March 24th, 2015. Gross sales $155,000. Attendance capacity 4,137 to 4,232. Ticket prices $37. Artist Marilyn Manson. Gross sales, dude. Marilyn Manson made less money.
Yeah, when I did the Manson show,
I bet it was because Fred Durst bought all the tickets and just gave them out to his Beach Bros.
gave it to himself, gave him his own money back.
Yeah,
probably just to get better stats.
This is just gonna cost you a $3 bill.
Wait. We're talking about half the capacity.
What, at Starland?
No, the place Marilyn Manson playing has a capacity of 2,300 people, and the capacity Limp Bizkit is playing is 4,200 people.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but when Manson played Starland, that crowd was sparse. It was not a
We're
packed
talking
house.
about the House of Blues versus an auditorium in Monterrey, Mexico.
Whatever. I can't fucking believe.
Limp Bizkit's concerts were just like school plays.
It's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. Marilyn Manson is playing at the House of Blues. Have you ever been to the House of Blues? It's like 8 fucking people. And Limp Bizkit's playing a massive fucking auditorium of 4,100 fucking people.
Dude, it's fucking crazy, but Limp Bizkit is gonna age better.
I don't
What
know.
the hell was that?
Now, I mean, yeah, because of controversy now, but come on.
Hey, look, man, when it comes to fame, everything's on the table, man. And I'm sorry, but that's just the fucking way the fucking wind blew. And I'm not saying I'm happy about it, because I was fans of them equally at the same time during the same years. And it just played out that way.
You're riding the Fred Durst horse like GameStop, brother.
You mean to the top with diamond hands? You got it. I got them diamond hands. Guys, look.
You just keep believing.
I do believe. And when the new Limp Bizkit comes out, Stones, yes, he's going to be laughing.
So that Marilyn Manson tour made $20,000 less than the fucking Limp Bizkit tour, and they had half the people there.
Yeah, it's literally one show, $20,000. Yeah.
that's they had half the people there. They had half the people there who were willing to pay double the fucking price, $13 more a ticket.
For who?
Marilyn Manson made more money.
Yeah.
They played to less people. They showed up. They played an in-house fucking. That's like an acoustic set for them.
Sure. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. You and I both know that if Limp Bizkit charged more money, they would get more money.
No, you know that. I won't agree with that.
Are we sure of
No
that?
one knows that. You're the
Oh,
only
now you're going to pipe up about
Seaboard.
Limp Bizkit. Now you've got something to
What do you
say.
mean now? I've been piping up this whole time.
Now there's some shit to
Let me tell you
say.
something right now. Let me tell you something right now. Limp Bizkit puts a show on the Eastern Seaboard in one of the largest venues. They're getting like 70% of what you think they're actually fucking making, dude.
I'll tell you right now, there's going to be a weird comeback. And
There's more money coming out of a Biohazard concert than there is Limp
Let me tell you
Bizkit.
something. I made a bet with somebody that
What?
Boba Fett
What?
was still alive. And when it fucking turned out he was, I tried to cash in on that motherfucking bet. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm right about this Limp Bizkit thing. And it's got nothing to do with whether or
My
not I like.
favorite quote-
Look, Limp Bizkit's put out albums since I stopped listening to Limp
Can I
Bizkit.
Alright,
just stop all of this crazy talk for a second to talk about a real artist here? I'd like to really just bring everyone's attention to the song that Robert Emmett Kelly posted in the comments and asked us to listen to, because it's like, screw everyone else. This, like, screw Fred Durst and his whack ass nonsense. Just listen to what Robert Emmett Kelly posted instead.
Okay.
That's some
Alpha Aloha.
My
Fucking
favorite quote is from Trent Reznor about Fred Durst. He said about the 99 Woodstock, he said, Fred Durst can serve a piece of plywood up my ass. Favorite
What
quote
the
ever.
heck?
That's one for the Bookstones.
Good one. Guys, it's almost 1:30 in the morning. How you doing?
Ugh.
Mm.
Are we war torn yet?
How are you feeling, Kristen?
Yeah, how you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Just tired.
Good. We're happy you made it tonight. We're happy you're okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm okay. Let's
It's only 1:30.
see in 5 days.
I would like Alpha Aloha to be performed on Awesome Talk sometime.
Okay.
This is actually incredible. I'm listening to it right now.
Who
This
is it? Who's
great.
doing it?
It's Robert Emmett Kelly.
Does he want me to play it? I don't know if I can.
Well, I don't know if you can either. I was just
Robert,
making a
this is
subtle thing.
great.
I was just subtly suggesting that I would
No,
love it.
Sarah, this is
Somebody
fantastic.
perform this on the show sometime.
If I could pull Robert Emmett Kelly into the Skype right now to perform this
Do you
song, would he
really
do
think
it?
that at 1:30 in the morning, it's a fair thing to put on a man?
I don't know. I'm not sure that I don't know that he's still there.
Robert, please come back. This is fucking amazing, man.
This is Kristen. This is the guy that did the "Stay the Fucking Home" song.
Oh,
Yeah. He's
Come
a
back,
fucking
friend.
legend, man.
He's a legend.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's not responding. It might be too late.
Robert.
Oh shit!
Yeah!
It's really weird. You said "oh shit" before anything popped up in the chat, and you guys were just cheering at nothing for a minute, and I didn't know what to get excited about. I'm happy it had nothing to do with Fred Durst.
We would love to have you, man. Rick, get him back on the fucking show.
Yeah, we want Alpha Aloha.
I'm trying.
It's time to bring this song back to the top of the charts.
Shit! What the hell is his Skype name? Damn it!
Balls and wieners.
My blood sugar's low. I need to go get some glucose of some sort.
Has Rick been drinking stouts? Because he's got plenty of blood glucose.
I thought you were going to say balls. I was already trying to
That
put
is one
together-
thing Rick does not have. Plenty of balls.
No.
Hey, Rick.
Ballless.
Rick the Ballless. That would be your name in medieval times. Rick the Ballless.
I'm trying to get him on the call. Oh, that's it. That's right. I got it.
Are we bringing him in right now?
Yeah, right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
There he is. I'm pulling him into
Where's-
the call, folks.
Where the fuck is Pat? Is Pat still on here?
He's here.
His video's still going. He had to go piss on somebody on stage real quick.
and then coerce them back to their dressing room because. There he is. Oh shit. Yo, light up that fucking cigarette, bro.
We're calling him.
Hit up.
Robert Emmett Kelly, man. He's on his way in. He's going to close us out tonight with a performance. I can't fucking believe it. Hold on.
Pat, you need to hit that Gret piece. Yo, drop a dime real quick.
And don't forget to put Snoop Dogg on
Pat.
first.
Pat, hit that Seog real quick, son. You gotta get him in the smoking room. You gotta get him in the smoking room with the.
With his smoking jacket.
We should have like a 6-minute Pat monologue where he's like,
Judging us?
yeah, like just laying out guidelines for life as he smokes a fucking CI. Just where he's just like, you motherfuckers think you know shit. Let me tell you something real quick.
You're doing everything you're doing right now wrong.
Bro, he drops some like Ric Flair shit where he's like, 9 times, 15 times. You don't know who the fuck you're fucking with. And he just lights a cigarette up, just smokes it, doesn't say a word, smokes for like 10 minutes, and then comes out with his knowledge.
Shaking his head slowly.
Yeah, judging you. Just, he don't know who he's talking
His
to.
slow eye close.
You son of a bitches.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to get Robert Emmett Kelly on right now.
Pat, how you feel about Pat's corner?
Sure, I'm down. Why not?
Pat's last statement.
Pat's judgment corner.
Oh, the judgment space.
Judgment
Yeah.
space.
Oh, man.
I hope Marilyn Manson goes to jail for 30 fucking years.
I thought you were going to say, I
Forever.
hope Marilyn Manson goes to Pat's judgment space.
Oh, even better than 30 years imprisonment. 30 minutes.
He
30
just
minutes.
tells him how
30
he was
minutes where
stupid for
Pat just
investing in all the
Pat
wrong
just sits in front of him
places.
and smokes a half a pack of cigarettes with his legs crossed, staring at him like so,
Oh,
I'm going to
shit.
lay it on you.
so, and he just
So-
Robert Emmett
stares
Kelly, the man,
So-
the myth, the legend is with us.
Is he? Is he with us?
Man, the myth, the legend.
He's
Indeed.
here.
Yes.
Oh shit!
It brings me so
Nice.
much joy.
Oh man, this is the cap of the night at 1:30 in the morning.
You've been driving me crazy with this fucking talk. I'm just
I know you started writing in all caps, and we're like,
fucking punch you in the fucking head. I'm Jesus Christ Almighty, going round and round the merry-go-round.
About
Really?
time.
It's about consent. It's about being an adult. It's about not being a predator. It's about not being a fucking criminal. I mean,
Correct.
Jesus, man. There's no fucking. It's not the scene. This shit's been going on since the fucking beginning of time. This shit happens on the subway. People get
Yeah.
fisted and every other goddamn thing. So it is not the fucking scene. It's fucking perverts. It's fucking criminals. That's what it is. It's bad behavior.
So happy to have him here.
There's no fucking excuse for it at all.
agreed.
Robert, do you believe that in the music industry that there's a certain level of character that changes when you have notoriety and you hit a level of stardom?
Power. It's power. Anyone with power.
Sure.
It's
Do you
whether
feel that the
whether it's
most
money.
minimal amount of power equates to turning into just expressing every negative side of your personality?
No, I just think as people get, they get power mad, they get power crazed. Power,
Sure.
absolute power corrupts absolutely. I mean, it really is that.
It is.
You think you can get away with whatever the fuck you want, and you can't. And
Yeah.
you shouldn't. That's the
Yeah.
real thing, is that you shouldn't. You should have some integrity. You should have some decency,
Sure,
And
sure,
And that's
sure.
what that fucking song's about. You know what I'm saying?
And I have to explain that a majority of what we've talked about tonight, there is a level of devil's advocacy that goes into this. There is. I'm looking at it objectively in terms of how do I provoke
The
conversation.
devil wouldn't even fucking defend this shit, man.
Oh no! It's
Yeah,
not
I
a
agree.
level. It's not a level of defense. It's a matter of This is how people view this shit. This is how people.
I
look at it.
know. I know how they are.
And
Here you go.
there is a level of sickness. There is a level of, you know, there's a lot of factors psychologically that go into it, and you hit the nail on the head. Dude, I am fucking happy that you came into this.
Alpha.
Robert, I can't see
tell
you,
you how
man. We
much-
can't see you.
This show loves you.
Yeah,
We
man.
love you.
Say
We can't see you, buddy.
goodbye to the king. Gotta build a new thing based on a state of being. Human being.
You need to turn your camera on, dude.
Where is my camera? I don't know which fucking device I'm using here. I got the fucking hang on.
All right.
This just goes on and on. Let me see here. Where's my camera? Let's see. Fucking see my profile picture. Fuck you. Oh, you
He'll
know,
find it.
Right there, man. Give me 1 second.
You got it.
Let me get
Robert, I'm
Yeah.
taking a road trip. In about 3 weeks. Would you want to meet up and do a live show with us from your area?
where you going?
I'll come up by you. I was heading up to Maine, actually.
Well, we're in Maine.
Have not deciphered that. I have 3 weeks to decide that. Rick, we're on spring break. I have to take vacation time at some point, so I figured I would take some vacation time, take a road trip.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit closed in Maine right now, but there are some venues open.
I would just like to get together with you and stream into the show with you live, if that's possible.
That'd be fine.
That'd be
yeah,
awesome.
I got. Why the hell is on this? I mean, I must be on one of these phones.
Yeah.
How many different streams of media do you have?
If you've ever seen any of his shows, he has quite a setup. There's a lot of technologies around him.
Yeah.
See here. There's somebody there. Let's see now. Let's see. I'll say accept. Yeah. Say I can. Oh, now I can. Chat. Camera? No. I'm not available while I'm in a video call. Well, if I'm in a video call, how come these motherfuckers can't see me? Hang on a second. Ongoing call.
Yeah, same problem Stone said, yeah.
Well, you know, I usually used a computer to do this, not a fucking phone, but
Sure.
I answered it on the phone. So it's there we go. Camera, bitch, camera.
Hold on, I think he's coming.
Oh, I'm coming. You know, the Japanese say going rather than coming.
Huh.
Did you know that? Oh, I go! Oh! Let's see here. Oh,
Speaking of language, I found out an interesting tidbit. There's something called an RAPE ceremony, and it's not rape.
Thank you, Stones.
It's a rape ceremony, and they blow tobacco shavings and herbs and shit into your nose, or you blow it into your nose yourself with this like horn that just comes out of your mouth and goes into your nostril.
Imagine if you
that's weird.
accidentally sucked instead.
They make your
You just
nostril.
like inhaled by accident.
Isn't this working? I don't understand. Oh, allow incoming video. Yeah.
You would inhale nose horn debris and everything else.
Nose horn
yeah.
debris.
Apparently, it's a really popular thing around the rest of the world, except for here.
Are you gonna start doing it?
It's sometimes coupled with taking ayahuasca as a calming mechanism.
Ah,
Is it just like a different way to do cocaine?
Well, if you want to
No,
do
he said it was herbs.
tobacco.
Who the hell would shove tobacco leaves up their nose with a horn? Or without?
right.
Shooting the horn? I mean,
Here,
I don't know.
camera. I don't want it back.
Robert, do you want to move to your computer and call me back?
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Because I got because I'm set up on OBS, so
Kristen's frozen
all the
again.
cameras are like tied up on it. So yeah.
Okay.
Who am I calling back?
This. How about I just call you at this again in like how much? What? 2 minutes?
Oh, hang on. Let me make sure I'm on the right damn identity here. Yeah, I see. I'm not on the right identity. Sign out that. Yeah. I do want to sign out that. I don't want to lose you before.
Sure.
Here, no one sign in as use another account. Good old use another account. That's another thing I got too many of.
Yeah.
Accounts. Okay. I don't know what you see. This computer was.
What is this?
What is a password? Jesus Christ! I gotta remember the password. The last time I used fucking Skype was.
Just use a retinal scan.
Yeah, don't I wish. I don't want to use the fucking password. I wonder if I use my stupid password. Let me try that. I have a stupid password that I use. Oh yeah, the stupid password works. Update my profile. I don't need to do that. No, that's fine. I like that picture. It's really stupid. Okay, that's good. Now camera is going to be my OBS cam.
Kristen's got to refresh her camera.
Oh, can you see me now?
Mm-mm.
Oh, let's try now. Now? No?
It's not. Oh, it's not open. It says it's open.
Oh,
Looks like
Kristen's
Kristen's
back.
on top of Rob's head.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, yay.
I'm sorry. I should be using the microphone console. Oh, yeah. That. All right. Hang on a second. Let's see here.
Webcams have such a weird perspective. It looked like your hands were bigger than your head for a second there, Rob.
Oh, from the camera?
Yeah.
The other Rob.
The other Rob.
Oh, wrong Rob. I'm sorry. I mean to cause trouble. Oh, there says join call. There we go. Now let's turn on the camera. The camera B. It says turn on. It says OBS camera. Should be work. Oh, I know why it's not working, because I have to turn it on here. I have to say yes, start. And there I am. There I am. Join. Look at this.
Hey!
Hey! Yay!
Yeah. Don't I look like myself? And oh, now I'm getting. Oh, I know. I'm feeding back because of that. Hang on.
Dude, your studio looks amazing.
Thank you. Now let me turn on the lights.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is amazing. What an amazing way to do this show, dude. So what are you going to play tonight, man?
Hang on a second. You're a pushy. Hang on.
He said you're awfully pushy.
He said, come on, I'd be wrong if I didn't say it totally described the entire conversation of the evening.
Yeah, that's probably true. There we go. Now you can hear me, but I can't hear you. That's okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's not really okay. It'll have to do. All right, close that. Yes, I can. And so you can see me okay, right?
Yep.
No, now I can turn this up so you can hear. So I can hear. I'll turn it up real low. Feel free.
You sound great.
All right, there we go. All right. So,
Everyone else needs to mute themselves. Mute yourselves, please.
Yeah, I'm coming back over something. It might be me though. There we go. I'm going to transition to that so you get the big picture. Hi, it's the big picture, bitches.
Nice. On the feed, you sound
Yeah,
great.
that's true. Let's go from the top. Oh, this works. Where the hell did it go? I just added a minute ago.
Thank you so much
All
for
right.
doing this, dude.
That's all. What the hell, Bob? Aren't you qualified to operate this? Yeah. Yeah. Alpha. Aloha. Say goodbye to the king. Gotta build a new thing based on a state of being, human being. Alpha. Aloha. Say goodbye to the king. Gotta build a new thing based on a state of being, human being. Forget your patriarchal training. A gender-neutral view is on the tide, contesting 15 million years explaining what wanton, wishful patriarchs decide, and we would acquiesce and then clean up the mess. Women don't need your protection. Women just need you not to treat them wrong. Women don't need your protection. Women need respect for their sweet song. Harmony, cooperation, empathy, commiseration, sensitive communication, emotional devotional. Yeah, now, let me tell you something. Don't tell me respect is earned. Some respect is due. The respect that you should have for you, and you, and you, and you, and you, because you're a part of it. One among us all. Do the same respect. You didn't earn it all. The respect that's due intrinsically and not that's granted whimsically to your dawn. To your dawn. The respect that's due intrinsically and not that's granted whimsically to your dawn. Yeah, let me hear you sing it with me now. Say, go. We said, no means no now. No means no now. Not maybe. No, baby. Take your hands and put them down. No means no now. No means no now. Not maybe. No, baby. Take your hands, put them down. No means no now. No means no again. It isn't a morality, it's granting simple decency. R-E-S-P-E-C-T, respect. Yeah. And just because you're so lustful does not grant you a bustful or a handful or a cheap feel. Stealing vases is a child's deal. Negotiating borders is a genuine. There is no human resource mine with ore to take and then refine. Negotiating borders is the genuine. Well, feelings well up. Although there is no well of feelings, they all regenerate anew where they're required. They only dwell in a well if you let them fester, infecting what you see and things desired. Let me tell you, fellas, cross them with permission. Make that your mission. The referees before you, you should listen. Crossing with permission. Make that your mission. The referees before you, you should listen. Consent. Crossing with permission. Make that your mission. The referees before you should listen. Say goodbye to the king. Gotta build a new thing based on a state of being human being. Bitches. Yeah. Help alone. Say goodbye to the king. Say goodbye to the king. Gotta build a new thing based on a state of being. I hope you're agreeing. Let me see the heads bob. Yeah, let me see the heads bob. Yeah, let me see the heads bob. And there you go.
Yeah,
I
man.
loved it.
And I love
Awesome. This is fucking awesome. Holy shit. That was cool.
Yeah,
as
that was
fuck.
awesome. Dude.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Dude, I feel like we couldn't have asked for a fucking a greater surprise ending for this evening.
Never in a million years. This was the best possible way to end the show.
It's just, I mean, I was sitting there going, this is what this song is about, this whole fucking discussion.
And it was done so with so much soul.
Well, that's
You know?
my job.
Oh, yeah.
Good at
My job.
it.
How you doing, man? How you holding up?
I'm doing fine. I mean, the COVID-19 playroom here has been really a great haven for the pandemic, and I've got almost 500,000 fucking TikTok followers now.
You are a TikTok fucking superstar, man.
I am. I'm TikTok famous.
Dude, do you know that I'm on TikTok? I do a TikTok called Punk Rock Professor Rick.
Yeah.
And I teach English lessons because I'm an English professor.
Hang on a second.
You got to blow me up.
What? How many followers you got there?
Like 100.
100. Well, that's a start. I started down there someplace. I don't
8.
remember.
Approximately 8.
Yeah.
Nobody. It's always really funny for me to when I meet young folks, and I tell them that I have a TikTok, and they all go, "Oh, what's your handle?" You know, because they're all going to go look, you know. So they go look, and then you see the mouths drop.
Yeah, dude, you're a TikTok superstar, man.
What the fuck? This guy got 500,000 fucking viewers. And I go, yeah. I don't know how that happened. It was a couple of videos, you know, that whole thing, that whole silly.
I know, man. So, dude, the last time we talked to you was almost it was I think nearly a year ago, and COVID had really just taken off.
Why wasn't we giving you up? That's when you last talked to me.
So what has changed now?
27th that was released.
What has changed now for you since then? How has your view of the world shifted?
It hasn't. My view of the world is the same view of the world I always had. You know, it's a great place to live. They ain't making another one. And the grass side of the ground is the best place to be. I'm happy as a clam, reasonably. I you know, a lot of the TikTok thing is about being positive and giving affirmations and things like that. I mean, I'm sure that over half of those kids are kids, you know, 18 to 12. You know, actually, if I look at my demographics, I'm pretty well spread around on TikTok as far as age groups and countries and stuff, but it's mostly the United States and Canada.
Sure.
I've got. I just started doing this chat house thing. I mean, Clubhouse. Fucking amazing. Clubhouse is like, wow. The art of conversation comes back. You don't have to look at them. But it's a crowd, so it's really nice.
Cool,
It's
man.
what I've always wanted with TikTok, to be able to have an audience that I could talk to.
Sure.
So yeah, so this is kind of nice. I'm actually making money at this now. So
Good. You deserve it.
I mean, it's not a lot of money, but I'm probably making $100 every 2 weeks on TikTok lives, and
Cool.
about $900 on the stay the fucking home.
Yeah. That's
And
awesome, man.
That was with Storyful, so they got 40% of that.
Sure.
I signed a new agreement with the licensing, and they gave me 70/30. So,
Damn.
and so now I'm starting to look at my numbers and saying, I should really be working the brand thing. My little microphone here. This is an Electro Voice microphone. Those motherfuckers should be giving me money.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, and my suspenders,
Which are amazing.
products.
Hell yeah.
Or at least giving me free suspenders.
A suspender sponsorship would be amazing. In all the time that we've done this show, we've gotten a couple sponsorships. We've gotten a sponsorship from a whiskey company.
You got a whiskey
Sponsorship.
company?
It was like an herbal whiskey company.
Too bad.
And then we got a sponsorship from a sex toy company.
Ooh.
And
Did you get free
and-
samples?
yes, we did. And I don't really. What else? I guess that's about it.
That's about it.
Almost had the beer thing, I think, right? The Weyerbacher.
That got close. That got close. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
You
man.
almost got
Young
sponsored
Bobby.
by fucking
Young Barbie, that's
Weyerbacher.
me. That's my hip
We did. We had a show that was sponsored by Weyerbacher. One show they supplied Weyerbacher.
Blithering idiot.
What?
Blithering idiot.
I think that might have been one of the beers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I took pictures of it. Yeah.
Weyerbacher's got some seriously heavy shit.
Yeah, man.
So Robert, where can people find you online, dude? What's
I'm
the
on Spotify and shit now,
under recording?
Bob E. Kelly. Bob space E period space Kelly, Kelly. All the extra E's are in my middle name. Just released a single with a guy by the name of Matt Marcy, Marcii, back in January, called "Get to It, Go Do It. The World is Waiting for You."
Dude, you're just
It's
all positivity, man.
a retrospective EP in November or December. I think December. All
Oh, I can't wait for that.
stuff. It's already there, and now I'm going to be putting out an EP. I thought I was going to put it out at the end of February, but well, I think Clubhouse got in the way. I got TikTok somnia and Clubhouse somnia, and now it sounds like awesome talk somnia. It's I forget where I was going with that, but it hardly matters. The hip hop EP is supposed to be out February. I think it's going to be out the end of March, and then I'm going to do my story song EP also.
I'm stoked.
Dude,
Oh,
that
yeah.
sounds amazing, man. So
It's great fun. It's really amazing to have the greatest fan base I've ever had at 69. It took me 69 fucking years to become one of the cool kids. Damn it!
dude, I gotta tell you how much it means to me to hear you say that, because sometimes I look at myself and I go, I'm 41. Is it over?
No, you haven't peaked yet, bitch.
All right. I need that. I'm gonna get that tattooed on me that he just said that, dude. You haven't peaked yet, bitch. I love it. So,
Tat on your underwear.
so, you're a special guest this evening. You just did a song for us.
Yeah.
We reserved something for special guests called the final word. If you had to say something to the entire world, if you had a message for the whole world right now and it was your last chance, what would you tell everybody?
Pay cash for everything.
I agree, man. 100%. I pay my landlord in cash all the time, and he's like, "It seems like we're doing a drug deal." I'm like, "Yeah, well, good for you."
Albert Einstein was asked what the most powerful force in the universe was. You know what he replied? compound interest.
Yeah.
Save it for the kids. You won't regret it. You'll say, Jesus, Bobby was smart. I might still be alive. You never know. Give me the COVID vaccine. I'm getting that in 2 weeks, and I may live forever. Who knows?
I hope so.
I really hope so. I would love it if in some non-dystopian future, it would be so awesome. And at some point in the future, we could say that Robert E. Kelly was sitting at the Awesome Talk bar with us in person.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, well, I'll look forward to seeing you on your school vacation or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, man.
Like you got spring break, is that it? Even though it's not spring.
Spring, well, for teachers have to acknowledge spring break too.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that all the teachers were like staying at home and saying, "No, we're not going back to school. Leave us alone."
He's coming up for a wet T-shirt contest.
Oh, is he? I'll be in line.
Look, guys, before we shut it down for the evening, is there anything anybody would like to ask Mr. Robert Kelly?
I don't have anything to ask him. I'm just really happy he came on tonight.
Me too.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Well, I've been waiting for you to give me another invitation, and it's been like, oh, these guys, they never call me up. They hate me.
You can
Hell
come
no.
on whenever you want.
What was that?
You can come on whenever you want.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I was stood out there in that waiting room a long time.
We're going to send you a
Screaming in
date.
chat. Screaming. I mean, I even capitalized something.
I know. That's what I said.
What the fuck? I got the caps lock key on and everything. Dang. I'm sorry. Am I going to turn up your you can't say those words on your television? I'm not sure.
Oh, you can say whatever you want.
Oh, good. I'm happy about that. I people tell me that on TikTok, oh, you can't say that on the TikTok. I say, well, I don't know why? I have a song called Stay the Fuck at Home. It's on TikTok. I don't do it during the daytime. When I do my lives in the daytime, I sing the Stay the Heck at Home song.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. TikTok is a lot different during the day than it is at night.
Yeah. Well, but it's not, but it's never really daytime anywhere.
That's true.
On TikTok. It's nighttime everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Stay the Home song, the guys in Australia, and then they're all my buddies now. I've got all these famous rock stars in Australia.
That's awesome.
That's Kevin Bloody Wilson.
That's awesome. Good for you, man.
It's fun. It really, it's amazing to have, admirers around the world. And I got recognized in a bar in South Carolina.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's like, and
Touched the nerve, dude. Hell yeah.
I know you. And I said, you do? It must be from TikTok. And they said, well, yeah, but it's really from Twitter. And I said, Twitter? I don't even use fucking Twitter. And then I looked at my Twitter account and I had like 32,000 followers.
Holy shit.
Oh my God, what the hell happened? I don't know if it was followers, maybe it was views, but whatever the hell it was just like, oh my God. And then I got a guy the other day from China. Okay? He said, you're that big in China. I said, what? So he has to back home all over China. How come they don't send me any money? Oh, that's right. You don't subscribe to that. I get that. He said, yeah.
You're awesome, man.
Yeah, the people would say that was racist, but I'm sorry. It was just, taking on the character who was talking to me. He talked just like that.
Dude, I've seen you do some amazing things online, man.
Yeah.
You appear on podcasts and shit all the time, man. You're just having a blast in a very unique way.
Yeah, well, the Old Man on the Dance Floor song, right?
Yeah.
I'm making this third of my life as good as 1 and 2. Although I'm slowing up a bit, I still know how to screw. I want to. Too. Yeah. And I fell in love with the hip hop thing, and I'm loving that. I'm just loving the whole thing. I'm loving everything that I'm doing every day. Just it's a blessing.
And you love everyone, dude.
Well, I do I've really taken, and this has really kind of come to me later in life than it should have, to practicing unconditional positive regard. So
Explain what that means to people who go, what is that?
Well, it's unconditional, and it's positive, and it's about regard, which is, like love. But it's just your opinion of people, is that when you meet somebody, you don't say, that fucking assholes, that kind of thing. You don't make up narratives about them. You say, unconditionally positive about who you are. I'll give that to you until the time that you tell me, or you show me, not tell me, well, you show me that you're unworthy of that unconditional positive regard. And in that case, well, you don't get it anymore.
So basically, you can't have a typical New Jersey response to meeting new people.
Hey, get out.
Yeah, the opposite of basically is.
Yeah.
I get it. New Jersey, I lived in Jersey for a while.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I lived there for 11 and a half years. I know New Jersey, and I hated it. I love it as a place.
He likes it.
It's funny because you're on a show right now with people who are literally in South, Central, and North Jersey all at once.
Yeah, no, I am not. I love the Garden State aspect of it, although there's less of that than there used to be. But I'm sorry, you guys think rainstorms are snowstorms. It's like, oh, it's raining out. Oh, Jesus, the people are driving like it's like, I never drove in the rain before. Jesus, I got to get used to it.
Look, we're just kind of forcing the envelope to close as much shit as possible so we don't have to go to work that day.
I actually think the same thing as what goes on in Boston,
Yeah.
It's people who aren't from the area, and they get there and they're like, I don't know what to do. How can I drive this? Yeah. Just like, you know how you drive in Boston? Close your fucking eyes.
They took all the colonial roads and they just made them highways.
Well, not exactly.
So
it's just there's a whole thing. We don't know this jug handle thing that you guys have.
Yeah,
like that's too much land. We can't be using land for jug handles. No. You just come up to the light and you go first if you're taking a left. Like the light turns, boom, you go.
Yeah, I'm not pulling that shit around here, buddy.
Against the law.
I make a left-hand turn, somebody's gonna cut my car in half.
Oh no, that's just the thing about Boston is that nobody wants to talk to the registry, so the cheapest car wins. SUV into my motherfucking piece of shit. Well, I don't have a piece of shit anymore, but I used to have shit boxes, and yeah, it's biggest shit box wins, unless you're a truck. In that case, it's as Spencer Tracy once said to a guy who was giving him a hard time, and he said, what do you want to fight? And he's you're giving away too much weight. Because he was heavier than this. And that's just it. And that's the thing about the world, too, is that previous to Sam Colt and previous to modern society, little people were at the mercy of bigger people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't have Sam Colt, but I introduced him to my friends, Smith and Son. Wants to give me a hard time. I've never been in a fight in my life. I've never had to take that weapon out of my pocket. There, just in case. You never know.
Yeah.
You're awesome, dude.
Oh, fucking New Jersey. There was a place I couldn't get a fucking...
Oh, no.
Well, we hope you'll stop by and visit.
The one nice thing about Jersey, a poet laureate said it about, one of the U.S. poet laureates said about Jersey, said, if you want to see the landscape of the whole country, you drive from one end of Jersey to the other.
Oh, yeah. Except for mountains. Jersey is a beautiful place. The shore is beautiful, although, they've done some bad things to the shore. And I still don't understand putting sand back on beaches. It's like, no, that's why you have Cape May.
Yeah.
Because the sand won't be down there. They need to put up the seawall from Eastport to Block Island to Cape May to the Keys to Galveston. Learn something from the Dutch. Put up seawalls.
Yeah.
The ocean doesn't have enough water in it, so we should dam it.
Yeah.
That's what the Dutch think. Yeah, well, damn it. We'll get some more land here. Yeah. So, okay. Look, you want to get in touch with me?
Yes.
We're coming up here. 603-493-4785. It's a 900 number, really, but no. And, text me, call me, whatever you want.
It's
You're
the,
awesome,
it's the
man.
Santa Raps number.
It's the what?
The Santa Raps 1-900 number where you used to pay to get the Santa to rap you a Christmas song.
I actually did Santa on TikTok for at around Christmas time,
I saw that.
and I got banned.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, I got banned for like 7 days.
Holy shit.
Christmas time. It's Santa, and it was like I appealed, and they said no. So
What the fuck?
I
What was
don't.
the
It was
justification?
something about children, and it's like, how the do you be Santa and not have contact with children?
Yeah, right.
Shit. So I don't know. I'm not going to fight with them because TikTok is like the example of Chinese justice.
Yeah.
You get arrested in China, they don't tell you why you're arrested.
Right.
You don't,
Right.
you don't know until you get to trial.
Right.
Or your lawyer shows up and they say, "Oh, we think you're charged with crime, but not sure. We'll find out in court." and they punish you ahead of time.
At a time.
Yeah.
Where can people
So
find you
it's-
online?
Huh?
Where can people find you online?
Where can you find me online? Well,
Yeah.
I'm recording on YouTube. I'm recording on TikTok.
With a K.
Recording with a K. Robert Emmett Kelly, R-E-K. I did that a long time ago. It's been my nom de net forever. On Instagram, some fucking German stole it, so I'm recording Rack on Instagram. I think I'm recording on Twitter. I'm recording on anyone else? Well, on on Skype,
Yeah.
on Zoom, on
Everywhere.
yeah. I mean, pretty much any place I'm on the network, I try to use recording. Sometimes I don't. Like Facebook, I'm Robert Emmett Kelly with 2 T's, not the one with 1 T.
Okay.
The one, some guy in the Keys. Yeah. So yeah, it's I'm all over the internet. I have a Snapchat too, although I haven't figured out how to use it.
Yeah.
I think I got one thing on Snapchat.
Well,
You
thank
think-
you.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hold you guys.
No, you're not holding us up at all, man.
It's
thank you.
been really nice. And next time I'll make a arrangement so that this is properly set up and I can see things and I can hear things properly and see all of you because I'm not seeing you very well right now.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, we'd love to have you engage in the conversation when we got some more pep in our step,
I see you guys can keep up with the old man on the dance floor.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
everybody.
I'm actually trying to get there's a local coffee shop that started to open up and do shows at night. And they're a lot of them are streamed, but they're also starting to open up to a socially distant audience.
Yeah.
Capacity or something. So I'm going to see, do a little demo. I've been trying to convince them that they need to have like an afternoon show, and I was going to do a live TikTok from there, and I was aiming for like a half-hour set, something pretty quick, and that I can set up. And they were like, "Well, we don't know, getting all set up." And I said, "Well, look, I'm trying to build this my rig so that I have a real easy to set up thing that fits in a very small place, and I can do this with ease." So next Thursday, I'm going to demo this to them. So
Awesome.
Next week, I got to set up in my garage to make sure that it all works.
Awesome.
Yeah, I need.
I love it.
I love it.
Yeah, it's all after the COVID thing is over, I'm planning a post-COVID TikTok house concert tour.
Fuck yeah, dude! You gotta come
That's
here.
great.
You gotta come here to the Awesome Talk show, and you gotta perform. We'd love to have you.
Yeah,
Well,
we have a good performance area.
Yeah, you need to provide me a place to stay.
You got it.
Yeah, because that's how.
If you don't mind a couch, then we
Oh, I
have a
don't mind
place
a
to
couch.
stay.
No, I don't mind a couch. No.
Then you got it.
I can handle couches. I can handle almost anything except the floor now. I can't sleep on the floor anymore. I used to.
I hear that.
Yeah.
The floor's just too far down now.
I understand the pain completely because I have arthritis in almost every joint. And let me tell you, if you want to make sure I don't go anywhere, put me on the floor. You don't have to like tie me to anything. Just put me down on the ground and walk away, and I'll still be there days later.
Oh
Probably.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd have to crawl home on my lips or something. What fun, what adventure. It really is nice. I saw the thing and I said it was going to be online, and then I got a little distracted where I was working on a thing for this thing they're doing, Clubhouse Squares, which is, when it's Hollywood Squares except for Clubhouse.
Right.
So I had to do the theme music for it, and I sort of stole the original theme and modified it a bit. Now tomorrow I have to put it into Auto-Tune or Melodyne so I can
Awesome.
change the key and change do the 145,
Yeah.
without having to learn how to play it in 145.
Yeah, man.
I only learned the one. I wish I was faster at all this stuff. I watch these guys work on Pro Tools and stuff, and it's like
I know, and they're fucking like jet engines working through this shit, dude.
even the loop guys.
I know. So fast.
Because I do it, and it's like, oh, I missed it. And I can hear Bootsy Collins, man. That's all. How did you get to the one?
Yeah, man.
I know a recording engineer, and he specialized in eliminating S-pops, and then his job was taken by an app.
I'll get that app. Actually, you just get a pantyhose. Just as good as those fancy ones. Although the fancy ones look nicer. Yeah. Yeah, what excitement. What adventure.
Yeah, man. All right. We are going to wrap it up for this evening.
Yeah, you've already wrapped it up.
You are awesome, dude. Thank you so much for coming on tonight and playing and talking to us. We love the shit out of you.
Really? I wondered where all that shit went. Let's see. All right, kids. Try not to have too much fun without me, and remember that you are the unique you, the only you in the universe. Therefore, are the best you. Because none better, and there's none worse. It's you, best you. You can get better if you want, but you don't have to. You're already the best. So I love you.
Thank you. We love you too. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching this evening. Thank you for
Oh, we're all in the little garden together. Isn't that sweet?
It is.
Thank you for watching this evening. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for commenting. Thank you so much to Robert Emmett Kelly. We were also so grateful that Kristen is okay, and I'm so glad that you were able to join us this evening. And we will see you live in a few weeks. So, peace out.